The King's Avatar audiobook by Kevin Chapter 1401. Blind Spot Operation Translator. Namyumi Editor. Namyumi instantly, another text wall. The referee's eyes were hurting. To be honest, for glory matches, there wasn't much that the referee had to supervise. After so many years, the main reason why people got carded was for trash or otherwise inappropriate talk. It could only be imagined how much of a burden a Huang Xiaoshan match was on the referee. The opponent could ignore his screens of text, but the referee couldn't. All messages sent during a match were recorded, and the alliance would review them after the match. If they discovered something inappropriate that the referee had failed to catch at the time, then that would be the fault of the referee. Against Ye Xiu last round, Huang Xiaoshan's trash talk was unusually scarce, which the referee greatly appreciated. But this round against a rookie, Huang Xiaoshan's chatterbox status was on full display. Especially since Huang Xiaoshan had already earned a yellow card, the referee was quite motivated to find another fault so that he could give a second yellow card and directly end the pain to his eyes. But there wasn't anything. If it were really that easy to find a flaw in Huang Xiaoshan's trash talk, then it wouldn't be so hated. Instead, the various teams would love watching the phenomenon. No one would need to do anything, he'd just talk himself off the stage. How fortunate would that be? But right now, everyone could only quietly mourn for Happy's rookie. This sky full of trash talk, there was no way he'd experienced it before, right? What kind of mood was he in right now? Is he already irritated beyond belief? Pan Lin also wanted to find something interesting in Huang Xiaoshan's trash talk to talk about, but Huang Xiaoshan's trash talk always emphasized quantity over quality. He muddled his way through half a screen without finding a single thing worth reading, and eventually the broadcast just maximized the chat window to let the audience experience it for themselves. The two characters were still moving on the map, yet the televised broadcast was showing the non-stop jumping of text messages. As expected of Huang Xiaoshan, the audience understood that this chat channel close-up was very rare to see outside of a Huang Xiaoshan match. Mo Fan's deception still hasn't made a move, he's still trailing along. He wouldn't be paying so much attention to the chat that he forgot about the battle, would he? Pan Lin chuckled. Probably not. Li Yibo was a bit hesitant. The pro players all knew Huang Xiaoshan's style, but Mo Fan was a rookie. If he couldn't adjust to this, then maybe he really would become distracted. Finally, Huang Xiaoshan's troubling reign arrived at Happy's spawn point. Of course, he didn't discover deception over here, and deception still did not reveal himself. You want to test my patience? Then let me tell you, you're done for, said Huang Xiaoshan. I'm a patience expert. I can watch all of my teammates slaughtered one by one and still endure without moving. Damn you, is that example worth bragging about? You're completely missing the point. The crowd immediately started discussing this. This sentence didn't demonstrate how frightening his patience was. It just became another example of why his trash talk was of insufficient quality. The longer you make me endure, the scarier I become, Huang Xiaoshan continued. So in other words, if you still want that sliver of a chance at victory, then if you come out now, it might not be too late. You don't have much time, I'll give you 12 seconds. Why 12 seconds? Because this is the limit of my patience right now. It's very precise, isn't it? The timer begins now, don't lose count. Message after message after message. But a few audience members really couldn't help but look at the clock and begin to count the so-called 12 seconds. Was Mo Fan counting? No one knew, but indeed he wasn't just sitting around. Deception had arrived at the revival point and quietly hidden in a corner. Ninjutsu, disappearing body technique. Mo Fan's deception activated this skill. Climbing, hanging upside down, he used all sorts of movements he couldn't normally use to quietly advance, swiftly approaching troubling rain. Is he making his move? Pan Lin shouted. But it hasn't been 12 seconds yet. Li Yibo gave him a look. 12 seconds, you took that seriously. Huang Xiaoshan is still studying the area around here. Is he still sending a report to his teammates? Pan Lin said. So that's what it is. Mo Fan is about to attack. Li Yibo suddenly reacted. What? Pan Lin was caught off guard. Blue Rain has already walked this path 3 times, so they already have an understanding of the ambush points to the left and right. But right here is Happy Spawn Point. Up until now, no Blue Rain player's character has arrived here, and Ye Xiu immediately took the roundabout path in all 3 of his rounds. Blue Rain hasn't gotten the chance to actually study what this area is like walking straight forward. Li Yibo called out excitedly. As he watched Deception's movements on screen, he grew more and more confident. That's right, this was definitely it. The path that Deception used disappearing body technique to take was the path that Ye Xiu hadn't taken in any of his 3 battles. Huang Xiaoshan shouldn't have an impression of this area in his mind. In other words, this was a blind spot in Blue Rain's understanding of the ambush points on this map. And Mo Fan would definitely attack immediately, because with Huang Xiaoshan's experience, even if he didn't have prior knowledge of this area, if he studied it long enough, he would quickly discover that there was an ambush point here. Is that so? As soon as Pan Lin spoke, Deception was already flashing forward. The status from disappearing body technique was still active, and unlike the thief's stealth skill, it wouldn't lower the movement speed of the character. In fact, under this condition, the ninja could use any skill, and whether it was movement or attack, it would be silent. Mo Fan timed it precisely, and Deception silently rushed out, silently approached, silently began forming seals. Huang Xiaoshan wasn't an actual god. He didn't see it and there was no sound, so he truly had no idea that this attack was coming. He was constantly rotating his camera view left and right to observe the surroundings, but when his view discovered Deception's silhouette, the attack was already beginning. Whoosh, 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 numerous deceptions seemed to simultaneously leap into his view. Ninjutsu, shadow dance. Mo Fan started off with a powerful skill. Instantly, dozens of shadow clones surrounded Troubling Rain. The attack began. A cheap trick, Huang Xiaoshan shouted without panicking. Troubling Rain's sword flashed with light, warding off the encirclement's attack. He himself, meanwhile, was calmly observing all of the deceptions before him, and he swiftly determined which deception was the heart of the shadow dance. This one. Huang Xiaoshan zeroed in on his target. The light of Troubling Rain's sword condensed in an instant and pierced forward. Puff! The deception burst into a cloud of smoke. Pretty fast reactions, Huang Xiaoshan shouted. He was extremely confident in his judgment, and he believed that he hadn't seen incorrectly. He hadn't been able to break the skill only because Mo Fan's reaction and controls weren't slow either. Before Troubling Rain's attack landed, he had already switched the heart of Shadow Dance to another deception. But because Troubling Rain had approached so close, the Shadow Dance attack was greatly disrupted. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, Troubling Rain broke another 3 shadow clones. Watch me. Huang Xiaoshan's messages were still non-stop. From this, it could clearly be seen just how different his showdown against Ye Xiu last round was. At the same time, it caused people to once again ponder the tragic, age-old question. If this guy could always be that focused, instead of getting distracted by typing and chatting, then just how frightening would he be? But those who would think this clearly didn't understand that for Huang Xiaoshan, sometimes, his chatting and typing was his way of focusing all of his attention on the match. Shadow Steps. Huang Xiaoshan's Troubling Rain activated a skill that was somewhat similar to Shadow Dance. Instantly, 7 false images of Troubling Rain spread out. Unlike shadow clones, the images created by Shadow Steps were truly false. They couldn't be attacked, nor could they take damage. From the explanation of the skill, these were afterimages left behind by the high movement speed of the Blade Master combined with the light of his blade. So, Unlike shadow dance, shadow steps needed constant controls to maintain the images after they appeared. On the other hand, if no more controls were given after using shadow dance, the clones would simply remain inactive, but they wouldn't disappear. Furthermore, even if one didn't control them individually, they could be given to the system to be automatically controlled. The shadow steps needed controls, but controls meant that as long as the skill's duration hadn't run out, it could change at any time. 7 troubling rains spread out, but in the blink of an eye, they became 4 and then 5 again. The battlefield was a blurry mess. The referee, who had already gotten dizzy just from Huang Xiaoshen's messages, now felt like he wanted to throw up. This was really so difficult. A few members of the audience also pulled out eye drops. Just like this, Huang Xiaoshen's troubling reign in the midst of these illusory afterimages defeated Deception's clones one after another. So strong, Pan Lin was shocked. The player who had silently ambushed his opponent would just be broken and taken care of like this. There's only 2 left now, so which is it? Huang Xiaoshen laughed. His shadow steps had ended, and there were now only 2 deceptions left on the field. Whoosh, as soon as his message sent, one vanished by itself. The shadow dance skill had run out of time as well. The audience once again looked at the health bars of both sides. Deception's heart in the shadow dance had never been caught, so he hadn't taken any damage. Troubling Rain had taken a bit of damage, but only 4%. For a successful ambush with the powerful shadow dance move to only deal this much damage, it was somewhat depressing. Tell me, what use was there in ambushing me? Huang Xiaoshen shouted. Troubling Rain charged forward. Whoosh, another cloud of smoke. What? Huang Xiaoshen was stunned. This was also a shadow clone. He actually hadn't discovered this or expected this at all. Underground tunneling technique. Deception flew up from the ground. The flash of a ninjato was never particularly bright, but its sharpness didn't lose to any weapon. Blood flew from Troubling Rain's neck. 4%. The shadow dance that he'd worked so hard for had only taken 4% of Troubling Rain's health. But now, an underground tunneling technique attack was successful, directly taking 4%. When Mo Fan exploded, he didn't just use one attack. His flurry rush was generally at least 5 combos long. The attack was continuing. Chapter 1402, Fight on the Tree. Chapter 1402, Fight on the Tree. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. A sneak attack via underground tunneling technique was a common technique of Mo Fan's. In the battle prep against Happy, Blue Rain wouldn't neglect him just because he was a rookie. They made sure to look deep into each of Happy's players, including Luo Jai, who only fought in the last few rounds, and their first captain as well as the first guild leader of Blue Brook Guild, Wei Chen. However, knowing was one thing. Actually being able to use this knowledge on the field was another. If knowing could solve all problems, then that would make competitions far too easy. Mo Fan had used Shadow Dance to open up this exchange, and the mass of shadow clones distracted Huang Xiaoshen. This was a very clever opening move, and Huang Xiaoshen had been completely tricked by it. He hadn't thought for a moment that this shadow dance was a mere distraction. By the time the strike from the underground tunneling technique slashed at Troubling Rain's throat, it was too late for Huang Xiaoshen to react. Bird Fall, Flame Cut, Neck Bind Technique, Flickering Charge. 4 consecutive ninja skills, the first 3 flawlessly executed in midair, the speed making the audience watch on in awe. By the time applause rose from the audience, Deception had already completed all 4 skills. Their eyes could barely keep up with the movements, and Troubling Rain was completely helpless against it, all the skills hitting solidly. Who would spare a thought for caring about how Deception was a scrap picker now? The audience roared their excitement. This was a rookie. And right now, God Huang Xiaoshen was completely helpless against this rookie. What skill? After Flickering Charge, there was a slight pause in the offensive. It seemed that Mo Fan had hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Troubling Rain still struggling to orient himself, he immediately charged forwards with another attack. Ninja Arts, Cicada Shell Double Slash. Deception chopped both hands towards Troubling Rain's staggering form, but didn't expect a sword to flash out at him. Sword light swept right into Mo Fan's line of sight. Hit. Blood splashed out, and this time it was Mo Fan who didn't have time to dodge. Troubling Rain was still staggering, trying to orient himself after those attacks. He might not be steady, but his sword was. What terrifying adaptability and control. At the same time, Huang Xiaoshen's typing was also very steady. Heh, you're stretching yourself a little too thin, Huang Xiaoshen said, even as Troubling Rain continued to steady himself and unleashed another attack. Blade Storm. Even under the current circumstances, the skill Huang Xiaoshen had managed to unleash was the powerful level 65 Blade Master skill. The relentless stabs had blades sweep at deception like a storm. Substitution technique. Mo Fan resolutely gave up on resisting, using an escape skill. The straw man that was substituted in was instantly torn asunder by Blade Storm. Mo Fan didn't dare have the escaping deception launch another attack, aiming for a large tree behind him and leaping up into it with a few swings on his ninjato, looking down at Troubling Rain from up high. Has he seen through me? That was what Mo Fan was thinking to himself then. Blue Rain's seen through it. Ye Xiu, on the bench, had already come to this conclusion. You're stretching yourself a little too thin. The audience probably hadn't thought anything of Huang Xiaoshen's words. Even the commentators were discussing the moment of hesitation after flickering charge and before Cicada Shell Double Slash. He shouldn't have hesitated, Li Yibo said. He is a rookie after all, he lacks experience, Pan Lin sighed. The two had noticed Mo Fan's hesitation but didn't know the true reason behind it. Mo Fan's hesitation was because he knew that he couldn't execute the following attack flawlessly. After that flickering charge, he could feel his focus slipping. It was just that it seemed like a great chance, so after hesitating for a moment, he went for it. However, as reality had proved, Huang Xiaoshen wasn't an easy opponent to take on when he wasn't at his peak state. Even with his character stumbling around for balance, the sword Troubling Rain had used had still accurately struck deception. So Mo Fan gave up trying. No matter what Huang Xiaoshen followed up with, he already had his substitution technique at the ready, fleeing first and thinking later. Seeing Mo Fan's deception dart up a tree, Pan Lin and Li Yibo were completely befuddled. That was a great chance for an attack. How come he didn't take it? Li Yibo mumbled. This happy. He could never manage to figure out what they were thinking. What was this strategy now? Just now, after he had used the substitution technique to escape Blade Storm, Deception had landed in a prime position to counterattack. Yet Mo Fan had Deception run all the way up a tree to escape. Was this substitution technique really just for an escape? Mo Fan's being very cautious. Pan Lin tried to be optimistic about it. Yeah, Li Yibo agreed noncommittally. This was one explanation, but his intuition told him that there was another reason behind it. Blade Storm ended up hitting a straw substitute and Huang Xiaoshen naturally canceled the skill as soon as he could. He looked around, immediately finding Deception. You climbed so high, trying to capitalize on the fact that I can't climb trees. Huang Xiaoshen sent a sneer emote and Troubling Rain charged. Blade Masters didn't have the ability to climb with ninjatos like ninjas. Troubling Rain darted to the base of the tree, sword light flashing, aimed right at the trunk of the tree. It was all normal attacks, but slice, slash, cut, swipe. The sword light slid around the trunk and instantly carved out a path in the bark. Then over and over again, sword light cut into the bark, splintering it and sending wood shavings everywhere. Is Huang Xiaoshen trying to cut the tree down? Pan Lin stared in shock. So fast. Li Yibo exclaimed over Huang Xiaoshen's mechanics. In just a few moments, the cut around the trunk had deepened greatly. Mo Fan didn't even manage to react before Troubling Rain suddenly jumped back twice, Ice Rain hanging to his left before being swung out. Sword draw. Dark blue sword light arced out beautifully, but soon enough the middle of the arc dimed and died. This part of the arc had sunk into the deep cut on the tree. Rumble. This sword draw had the tree finally succumbing to its injuries and gravity, splintering and swaying before tilting to one side. It really did get cut down. Everyone stared in shock. That tree wasn't thin at all. A character definitely wouldn't be able to put their arms all the way around it. Yet, in these few short moments, Huang Xiaoshen had gotten Troubling Rain to cut it down. Huang Xiao so fierce. On the spectator stands, Blue Brook Guild's leaders led the fans into cheering. Huang Xiaoshen didn't stop to gloat, retracting his sword quickly. He didn't even bother to pose before he leaped onto the tree and ran up the angle at which the tree was still falling. Triple slash. Sword light opened up his path, and with the tree slowly falling and the angle becoming lower and lower, Troubling Rain was swiftly heading towards Deception, who was steadily losing his height advantage. Shuriken. Mo Fan was no sitting duck either, sending out a shuriken under the cover of the leaves. Clink. Triple slash just so happened to collide with this shuriken, knocking it aside. Troubling Rain's speed didn't slow in the slightest. On this steadily falling tree, both characters moved rapidly. Troubling Rain was charging forwards and Deception was retreating. The tilting tree had created a lot more cover for the characters. 100 streams. Troubling Rain continued to charge, when suddenly several streams of water erupted from a nearby patch of leaves. Rising Dragon Slash. Huang Xiaoshen's reaction speed was nothing to laugh at. Troubling Rain ascended into the sky. The streams arrived, rising up and weaving into a prison, yet Troubling Rain had used this Rising Dragon Slash to escape from above, clearing the attack in a jump. Falling Light Blade. Then Troubling Rain once again plummeted onto the tree. Huang Xiaoshen had already caught sight of Deception. Collapsing Mountain. Troubling Rain leaped up again upon touching the ground, slashing down towards Deception. Deception hurriedly jumped away. This Huang Xiaoshen he'd somehow managed to twist in the air, changing Collapsing Mountain's angle and sending his Collapsing Mountain after Deception. Mo Fan had no choice but to have Deception parry, bringing his ninjato up to meet the sword. Clank. The weapons clashed. Collapsing Mountain had very high priority. Just raising a ninjato to meet it wouldn't be able to deal with it at all. Deception spat blood. This represented that he had taken damage from the strike and he fell back against the tree from the force, but with a quick roll, he was back on his feet. The two danced their deadly dance of skills along the fallen tree, their skilled mechanics sending the stadium into awe. But that was when in the chat, two shocked words popped up under Huang Xiaoshen's name. Holy crap! What? Everyone blinked in confusion for a moment before they saw Troubling Rain disappear into the foliage of the tree with rustle. Boom! Soon after, the tree finally crashed fully against the ground. Everything that was squashed under the tree roared with rage, dust and rocks flying up and engulfing the area like the aftermath of an explosion. The entire scene was plunged into a cloud of dust. Where'd Huang Xiaoshen go? Where was Troubling Rain? What happened? Everyone noticed then, with shock, that Troubling Rain's health had plummeted in that moment by 50%. In addition to Deception's previous attacks, he only had 10% remaining, already at red blood. It was lucky it was a TV broadcast, allowing them to replay a close-up of what just happened. Then everyone realized that after Troubling Rain's Collapsing Mountain, he had stepped down to land, only to miss the tree and fall through the foliage. He had landed on the ground first, and then the tree landed on him. The replay was wound back a little first, and then everyone realized what had actually happened. Before, it was Deception at that position, so Huang Xiaoshen's Troubling Rain attacked. However, back then, Deception had stabbed his ninjato horizontally into the tree and stood on his ninjato. When he jumped away, dodging, he had taken his ninjato. The area he was perched on, hidden by the leaves, was actually devoid of branches, so there wasn't actually anything to land on there. God Huang Xiaoshan had ended up falling for such a simple trap, causing his character to misstep in battle. Even the experienced and skilled commentator pair, Pan Lin and Li Yibo, were lost for words in the face of this scene. Jouissance. And thus this is why we call Huang Xiaoshan master of fighting trees. Chinese letter Zhan Shu Shi, which has the same pronunciation as master tactician in Chinese, Chinese letter, and only one character difference except instead of fighting tactics. It's fighting trees, chapter 1403, disparity, chapter 1403, disparity translator, Namyami editor. Namyami, the battlefield was silent. The stadium was silent. The computers and TVS tuning into the match were silent. The glory competitive scene had 10 years of history. It was quite common for players to damage the surrounding terrain in certain special maps, but it was the first time anyone had ever seen someone personally chop down a tree and squish their character underneath it like Huang Xiaoshan did. He truly is Huang Xiaoshan, the viewers thought to themselves. It was the playoffs, yet he still had the guts to pull off such a hilarious scene. At the stadium, after a moment of stunned silence, applause erupted. Another high point of the group arena had unexpectedly come. It was just that this high point came with lots of laughter too. Clap, 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 clap. Ha 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 ha. Huang Xiao, Huang Xiao. The happy fans imitated what the Blue Rain fans shouted when Huang Xiaoshan executed a brilliant play. They shouted these words again and again in rhythm. This sort of opponent was just too likable. Happy's fans didn't mind clapping and cheering for him. The pro players on both teams looked at one another. Whether it was Blue Rain or Happy, neither team had expected such a play. Even the experienced experts had only realized what had happened from the replay. Nice job, Mo Fan. A smile spread across Chen Guo's face. The others experts such as Ye Xiu were all sweating. They put themselves in Huang Xiaoshan's shoes and felt like such a scene could have happened to any of them. Huang Xiaoshan's mistake really, makes a deep impression. Pan Lin took a while to organize his thoughts before finally saying these words. The viewers watching the match heard the comment and started laughing. Yeah, apart from deep impression, what else could be a better description? How surprising! Not to be outdone, Li Yibo immediately followed with another fitting reaction. Troubling Rain still has 10% of his health left. Pan Lin didn't forget that the match was still underway. Deception has. Li Yibo checked Deception's health and choked. When the two exchanged blows, Mo Fan had opened with a sneak attack, and the following combo brought away 20% of Troubling Rain's health. Then, Huang Xiaoshan chased after him aggressively before finally being squashed by a tree. During this chase, Huang Xiaoshan hadn't been able to deal continuous steady damage, taking away only 6% of Deception's health. 94%. Deception had 94% of his health left. A 6% versus a 70% trade. A rookie against the sword saint, Huang Xiaoshan. If they hadn't seen it personally, who would believe it? In terms of numbers, Huang Xiaoshan had been crushed by Mo Fan. Only those who actually watched the match would know how Huang Xiaoshan had been wronged. A tree fell and 50% of his health disappeared. Pan Lin's and Li Yibo's update on their health bars brought everyone back to the match. Dust filled the air from where the tree fell, and the tree leaves quivered from the violent crash to the ground. As for the two characters, everyone hastily looked for them. The camera quickly locked onto the two characters. Troubling Rain's blood-drenched body showed just how much damage he took from the falling tree. Troubling Rain struggled, unable to move. He was clearly stuck under the tree. Swordlight flickered as troubling rain twisted his body and cut behind him. Rumble, the tree trunk on top of him suddenly lurched, but troubling rain had already rolled away. The viewers took note of the chat. Was Huang Xiaoshan going to say something? Actually paying attention to Huang Xiaoshan's trash talk was truly a rare scene. But Huang Xiaoshan disappointed them. When everyone was annoyed, he wouldn't stop talking. When everyone wanted him to talk, he shut his mouth. Fine, the viewers understood. They may be laughing at how Huang Xiaoshan lost 50% of his health, but for Huang Xiaoshan, he was probably so furious he was going crazy. No. This was even more of a tragedy for the entire Blue Rain. Their ace player had inexplicably lost 50% of his health. This group arena was looking more and more unfavorable for them. Troubling Rain's movements became more cautious. He only had 10% of his health left, but he wasn't willing to give up just yet. Troubling Rain still had plenty of mana and his fighting strength was normal. He needed to carefully protect this 10% health. Where's my opponent? Huang Xiaoshan looked around in search of deception. Where's deception? It wasn't just Huang Xiaoshan, everyone was looking. Despite having an omniscient view, they unexpectedly weren't able to find him. The camera cut to Mo Fan's point of view. His screen was filled with branches and leaves. There was only a small sliver that he could see out of. Mo Fan wanted to take advantage of this opportunity, but Troubling Rain had escaped from the trap faster than he thought. He wasn't able to find the right opportunity to act, so he used the dust as cover to roll to the fallen tree and hid behind the dense leaves and branches. Huang Xiaoshan's situation was so tragic already, but he didn't show any mercy, carefully preparing for another sneak attack. Through the help of the broadcast, the viewers quickly locked onto Deception's position. Troubling Rain didn't dare make any rash moves. He simply stood in place, observing his surroundings cautiously. Finally, the dust settled and the leaves stopped shaking. Troubling Rain jumped onto the tree trunk and slowly turned, examining everything in his surroundings. Pop! A gentle sound rang. Huang Xiaoshan nimbly turned his viewpoint and had Troubling Rain dash towards the source of the sound. Purple smoke instantly expanded from beneath the leaves. Ninja Tool, Smoke Bomb. With only 10% of his health left, Huang Xiaoshan could not charge in. Seeing that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of this situation, he chose to retreat far away to outside of Smoke Bomb's range and waited patiently for the purple smoke to dissipate. Only then did he start moving forward again, his gaze locked onto a certain spot. While he waited on the side, Huang Xiaoshan didn't just wait there doing nothing. He carefully observed the flow of the purple smoke and grasped Deception's movements from it, because he knew Mo Fan would definitely borrow the purple smoke as cover to move about. From these small details, he had been able to locate Deception's current hiding spot. Quite hidden. Huang Xiaoshan thought to himself as he looked at the dense bunch of leaves. Even though he didn't see Deception, he had determined that he was over there. Troubling Rain continued to be cautious, taking each step slowly. He didn't make any moves in a single clear direction. He didn't want Mo Fan to know that he had already found him. And just like this, Troubling Rain walked into Deception's attack range. Still not moving, Huang Xiaoshan had kept watch on that location. Troubling Rain had walked into a position that gave Deception plenty of opportunities. Still not satisfied, too greedy, Huang Xiaoshan was helpless. He also knew the patience that a hunter had because he was that type of person too. He was giving out openings that would let him make a counterattack, but it clearly wasn't enough to move his opponent. Fine, let's see just how patient you can be. Huang Xiaoshan thought to himself as Troubling Rain made another step closer. Still no movements. Another step, nothing. Huang Xiaoshan felt his head hurt. He had experienced Mo Fan's skills. His instant bursts were incredible. Although he couldn't keep it up for long, Troubling Rain only had 10% of his health. A short burst from Mo Fan was more than enough. If he got any closer and let the opponent initiate, he might not be able to counterattack. He can't keep delivering himself over. Li Yibo shouted. Through their omniscient spectator view, they could clearly see the situation on both sides and had a clear grasp at Huang Xiaoshen's intentions. From the analysis he had given previously, everyone agreed with Li Yibo. He can't keep delivering himself over. But Huang Xiaoshen still had troubling Rain take a step forward. This was perseverance, bravery, and more importantly, confidence. The situation was unfavorable for him, yet he still had the confidence that he could turn it around. Deception rushed out. For him, it was the best opportunity he was going to get. The previous opportunities were indeed quite good, but he wasn't tempted by them. He patiently waited until the golden one appeared. The patience trained from being a scrap picker wouldn't lose to anyone. Good. At this crucial moment, Huang Xiaoshen first typed out a message. Storm Shuriken. Numerous shurikens flew out. Under this cover, Deception quickly formed a seal, shadow clone technique. Troubling Rain, Sword's divine judgment. Huang Xiaoshen didn't hesitate even though this skill had gotten him into a bad situation last match. When it was time to use it, he was still confident in his judgment and used it with no second thoughts. Sword Chi flew out in every direction. Deception, who had used shadow clone technique to get behind him, was swept away by the Sword Chi stun. The damage from Sword's divine judgment wasn't great, but the stun effect was remarkable. Troubling Rain turned around with a rising dragon slash. Deception was launched into the air. Rising dragon slash into falling phoenix slash was a very common combo, but Huang Xiaoshen decided to go more complex. He used a headwind strike in the air into an immortal guides the way. Before Deception was blown away, he immediately followed with a falling phoenix slash. The sword pressed down on Deception as he fell. Although this combo dealt more damage, the difficult execution meant that a slight flaw in the chaining of skills could lead to Deception breaking free from it. But everyone could also see why Huang Xiaoshen took the risk. By chaining these skills together, his character fell slightly slower, allowing him to dodge all of Deception's storm shurikens. Huang Xiaoshen would not let himself waste the 10% health he had left. Chapter 1404, Technique. Chapter 1404, Technique Translator, Namyami Editor, Namyami Boom. Falling Phoenix Slash's knockdown priority was very high. Deception crashed down against the ground, even forming a small crater upon impact, but the flashing sword light had already caught up. Falling Light Blade. Almost as if flying on his sword, Troubling Rain and Ice Rain arrived in front of Deception in the blink of an eye. Deception was rapidly forming hand seals with his hands. Substitution Technique. Huang Xiaoshen could predict this. This was one of the most disgusting things about fighting ninjas. They had numerous escape techniques that could brutally murder their opponent's attack combo. Luckily, most ninja techniques required hand seals, which was their form of casting. Even though a ninja's casting speed was decided by effective appum, it still gave their opponents the chance to interrupt. His mechanics were very fast, but it wasn't fast enough. Huang Xiaoshen's calculations were very precise. He had executed his offensive with Mo Fan's escape techniques in mind, aiming to make sure the other didn't have a chance to use them. The time between the short stun after Deception crashed into the ground from Falling Phoenix Slash and Troubling Rain's Falling Light Blade hitting wasn't enough for Mo Fan to use the substitution technique. These detailed calculations were one of the many factors that differentiated top gods from rookies. No matter how talented a rookie was, their lack of experience meant that they wouldn't be able to make such detailed and accurate estimations. Hit. Ice Rain swung down, and Huang Xiaoshen already had his next moves all planned out. But in that moment, he noticed the hand seals Deception was making. This wasn't the substitution technique. Huang Xiaoshen's eyes were sharp, able to capture the tiny and rapid hand movements Deception was making. This was the underground tunneling technique. Mo Fan had actually decided to choose to counterattack at a time like this. This was shocking to Huang Xiaoshan. He hadn't predicted such a possibility because when they had been prepping for their battle against Happy, they had found two clear and fundamental traits to Mo Fan's style. Patience that wasn't second to anyone's, and an absolute aversion to risk-taking. Considering this player's background, it wasn't hard to understand this style. Thus, this underground tunneling technique completely contradicted his style. This was a risky move, and Huang Xiaoshan hadn't expected Mo Fan would consider such a decision at all. But he could probably interrupt it, right? The hand seals required by the underground tunneling technique were more complex than the substitution technique. That's what Huang Xiaoshan told himself, but he still had a bad feeling about this. Different techniques had different complexities, but players also had different levels of familiarity and mastery for different techniques. For rookies, this was more evident. It was completely possible that the more complex underground tunneling technique would be faster than the substitution technique. Hit. In the end, falling light blade struck Deception, but had it interrupted the hand seals. There was only a slight difference in timing, so minuscule that not even Huang Xiaoshan could make a judgment. All he saw was Deception thrown back by this falling light blade and then suddenly disappearing into the ground. He had completed the hand seals. Huang Xiaoshan's reaction was immediate. Troubling Rain, having just landed on the ground, once again jumped up without hesitation and slashed down, but it hit air. Deception hadn't jumped out to attack him. Now he was once again displaying that disgusting patience of his. What an annoying opponent! Huang Xiaoshan cursed under his breath. Actually, God knows how many times his opponents had cursed him with the very same words, partially because of his trash talking, partially because of his battle style. It was extraordinary and extra annoying. Huang Xiaoshan didn't know when Mo Fan planned on attacking. The moment he landed would be the most dangerous, so he accompanied his landing with another strike downwards. Deception still hadn't struck, and Huang Xiaoshan felt that it was quite the shame. Though his patience was admirable, but in Huang Xiaoshan's eyes, the other's decision wasn't the best. The optimal moment to strike with underground tunneling technique was the moment it was activated. In that moment, Huang Xiaoshan had been a bit of a mess. However, now he had oriented himself and was prepared, quietly awaiting the moment the attack was launched. Did Mo Fan really think he could succeed in a sneak attack now? Not unless Huang Xiaoshan disconnected. What a shame. Thus, Huang Xiaoshan began spamming the chat again. Even underground, Mo Fan could still see the chat channel. You missed your best opportunity, Huang Xiaoshan continued. Now I can even have my character easily walk out of your underground tunneling technique's range, Huang Xiaoshan finally said. Rain. After he typed down this word, Huang Xiaoshan startled, and then Deception's underground tunneling technique activated. Not under Troubling Rain's feet, but in the farthest corner of the skill's range from Troubling Rain. Just like that, Deception jumped out of the ground to face Troubling Rain. Holy shit! Huang Xiaoshan realized that he had made a mistake. This underground tunneling technique wasn't about offense at all. In that moment, it was used as an escape skill. And now, hadn't it successfully interrupted his offensive? The two of them facing off directly. With Troubling Rain's 10% health, a few skills exchanged was enough to kill him. Seeing Deception's emotionless avatar face, Huang Xiaoshan felt like he was looking directly at Mo Fan's expression. While he was rambling away, the other was probably emotionless like this, not even sparing his words a glance. Deception turned and escaped, once again using the environment to hide himself. His opponent only had 10% health left, yet he didn't directly attack. However, this time he was very active. While hiding, he would often throw a shuriken or something to harass Troubling Rain, baiting his opponent into coming closer. Huang Xiaoshan didn't know if he should cry or laugh. He, a god, was now being played around with by a rookie. However, he didn't have any way to deal with. This rookie was no joke, and his own character only had 10% of his health left, and so he was set in a very awkward circumstance. After patiently tormenting him for a good while, Mo Fan finally found an opening he was satisfied with. Deception charged out, unhesitantly showing an air of, "Yes, that's right, I'm taking advantage of the fact that you barely have any health left." What a damn bastard. When troubling rain finally fell, Huang Xiaoshan was so angry he couldn't even type anything anymore, only slam the desk and curse. Mo Fan won. Though everyone had expected this result when 50% of Troubling Rain's health was smashed by a tree, when the victory actually occurred, it still sent the audience into an uproar. Counterattack of the grassroots. This was it. This wasn't the first time Mo Fan had achieved something like this before. Last time, he had defeated Sun Xiang in the regular season, no. However, that time, he had the clear advantage from the beginning of the match. This time, 100% versus 80%, rookie versus god. How many people would even consider that 20% advantage? From the beginning, everyone was expecting Huang Xiaoshan to win. Though this match included a hilarious catastrophe of getting 50% of his health smashed by a tree, making Huang Xiaoshan's situation look like an unfortunate accident. This situation was artificially created, and they couldn't neglect to consider the role Mo Fan's skill played. Plus, in their head-on exchanges, Mo Fan hadn't been completely suppressed by Huang Xiaoshan. Compared to the last round where Ye Xiu had 30% of his health knocked off in one go by Huang Xiaoshan, Mo Fan had yet to fall into such an ugly situation. On the contrary, he had started off with a successful ambush, taking out 20% of Troubling Rain's health in one. What a glorious victory! Pan Lin exclaimed in the live broadcast, purposefully reminding everyone to not overlook this victory because of that lost 50%. After all, it was Huang Xiaoshan who cut down that tree. Saying this, Pan Lin had to stifle his laughter. No matter how he described it, it would sound hilarious. Huang Xiaoshan left the stage amidst laughter. Some were mocking, some sympathetic, some just cheerful. All sorts of different emotions accompanied by applause and people yelling, "Huang Xiao, Huang Xiao." He didn't know how to feel. After returning to Blue Rain's player bench, his teammates all came up to shake his hand or pat his shoulder and whatnot to comfort him. What the hell you think you're all doing, huh? If you want to laugh, just laugh. Huang Xiaoshan exploded. These assholes, he could tell they wanted to laugh but all came over pretending to comfort him. They were terrible actors, none of them seemed sincere at all. True, it's too hard not to laugh. Song Xiao was the first to burst into laughter. We're already lagging way behind, be more serious. Huang Xiaoshan warned everyone with a serious expression. In the group arena, 3 of Blue Rain's players had been beaten already, including their ace player Huang Xiaoshan, while Happy was only at their second player. Plus, Deception still had 64% of his health left. Yes, we're at a huge disadvantage. We need to be more cautious. Captain Yu Wenzhou directed his words at the next player in line. Yes, sir. Li Yuan saluted his captain. Li Yuan was a Season 8 debutee, playing a summoner. Unlike other newbies who were usually careful and docile upon joining the team, Li Yuan was very lively, enthusiastic no matter who he was faced with, and quickly became familiar with Blue Rain's players and other staff. Though Li Yuan had amicable relationships with other people, Li Yuan wasn't the kind of rookie who made waves. He hadn't appeared at all in the Season 8 Best Rookie nominations because he hadn't had many chances to play that season. Then, in Season 9, Lu Hanwen, the youngest player in history, debuted in Blue Rain, directly taking over the position Yu Feng had left and completely outshining their second-year player Li Yuan. However, Li Yuan hadn't let this bring him down, and he wasn't at all jealous of this rookie that had outshone him so much. He treated Lu Hanwen like everyone else, taking care of the other. Finally, in the past year, Li Yuan gained more chances to play and cemented his position in the team. Then in this season, Thief player Lin Feng transferred to Wind Howl, and Li Yuan stepped forward once more, becoming a permanent core member of the team and gaining more chances to perform in the individual competition, group arenas and team competitions. His performance was admirable. Now on the final stage of the playoffs he was fielded. Chapter 1405 Search Chapter 1405 Search Translator Namyami Editor Namyami Li Yuan happy looked at Blue Rain's next player. He wasn't a particularly talented player, yet he was a player no team could lack. Talented players also needed accompanying leaves to serve as contrast for them. No team consisted of only gods. There were only so many gods. Li Yuan wasn't a god, but anyone who could be a part of a powerhouse like Team Blue Rain certainly had to have the skill to back it up. To be allowed to participate on such an important stage, how could he be underestimated? Li Yuan. Summoner, 8 notes. 3 of Blue Rain's players had been eliminated. By now, Blue Rain had a fairly good understanding of this originally unfamiliar map. Li Yuan did the same as his 3 previous teammates and had his 8 notes boldly take the central path. This time, Mo Fan unexpectedly did not have Deception take a roundabout route, instead choosing the central path as well. Is he planning on a direct confrontation? Pan Lin said in surprise. Mo Fan's patience and caution had left a deep impression on everyone. Even when his opponent only had 10% of his health left, he still stuck with his usual strategy of searching for an opportunity to make a sneak attack. His scrap-picking habit of always prioritizing his safety first was truly suitable for the group arena. So why did he suddenly want a direct confrontation? Pan Lin wondered as the 2 characters quickly came into each other's view. Li Yuan's 8 notes immediately stopped and started summoning creatures. As for Mo Fan's Deception, with a sudden stride to the side, he scurried into a bush and disappeared. He still intended on launching a sneak attack. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They weren't used to seeing Mo Fan's character charge forward fiercely. Hiding was more like it. Li Yuan noticed that Deception had hidden himself, but he didn't care. He was a summoner. He wasn't too afraid of an ambush. He continued to summon creatures, soon letting the viewers know his playstyle. Spirit style. Creating an enormous army was easy for spirit-style summoners. Little spirits could be stacked up to a total of 8 for each element. Every 2 same element little spirits could merge to form a big spirit. 4 big spirits of different elements could merge to form a spirit king. A maxed-out spirit army could have a total of 8 little spirits, 4 big spirits, and a spirit king. Compared to the 4 beasts of the 4 sacred beasts, the number of summons was far greater. But because the higher-staged spirits required lower-stage spirits to be formed, finding a balance between them was the difficult part. Let's say a spirit king was suddenly killed in a battle. To make it up, 2 more big spirits were needed. To make these 2 big spirits, the little spirits needed to be merged. Performing these many spells to merge them together wasn't easy to do quickly. As a result, for the spirit style, replenishing one's summons was crucial. Waiting for one's spirits to be killed before summoning more wouldn't work. And because of the complications involved in maintaining a spirit army, spirit summons had a fairly long durations. Little spirits could stay on the field for a minute, big spirits 2 minutes, and spirit kings 4 minutes. 4 minutes was a long time. In 1v1s, Ye Xiu and the others on Happy could crush noobs in tens of seconds. Li Yuan didn't panic. When he saw that Deception had gone into hiding, he sent out a little fire spirit to chase after him, while 8 notes continued to summon. Other classes needed to worry about not being ambushed when pursuing their opponent, but spirit-style summoners had plenty of spirits to protect them, so there was nothing to fear. The little fire spirit looked like a small fireball. Not long after it reached the grass began to wilt because of the heat. The little fire spirit had a bit of burning power, but when a big fire spirit came over, it was like moving lava. The brushes started to smolder and smoke spread through the air. By now, Li Yuan's 8 notes had summoned 4 big spirits, 6 little spirits, a grand crowd. He boldly stepped into the previous area to the side of the central road that Song Zio, Lu Hanwen, and Huang Xiaoshan had avoided due to their unfamiliarity with the map. "Where'd you go?" With the spirits protecting him, Li Yuan appeared completely calm and had time to type. Even though he didn't talk non-stop like Huang Xiaoshan, he was clearly the type who liked to say a few words when there was time to. Mo Fan could even ignore Huang Xiaoshan's map attacks. How could he be bothered by Li Yuan's simple words? For a moment, Li Yuan wasn't able to find deception. He found a spot and planted a Devil World flower. Because Devil World flowers were rooted to a location, they weren't suited as the core of a style, but no summoner style would let go of such a powerful summon. For example, the Devil World flower didn't rely on sight or sound to search for a target. It would automatically detect any target within its range and attack the target with its vines. But when the Devil World flower was planted, there were no movements from it, meaning this surrounding area was safe. "You ran quite far away." Li Yuan muttered again. 8 notes immediately waved his wand, sending out a command with each wave. The summons started spreading out to search the surroundings. All of the summons were set to auto-attack. As soon as a target was discovered, the summon would automatically attack and Li Yuan would immediately know. "Playing hide-and-seek with a summoner isn't a good idea," Pan Lin said. The spectators had an omniscient view, so they obviously knew of Deception's current location. The previous Devil World flower had worried them. Fortunately, Deception had moved away. However, now that 8 notes had started conducting a wide area search, Deception's constant movements to escape Li Yuan's notice gave them even more anxiety. "He's up against a spirit-style summoner after all," Li Yibo sighed. 8 notes had maxed out his big spirits. He now had 4 big spirits and 8 little spirits searching the area. As soon as a fight broke out, a Spirit King would inevitably be summoned. The Spirit King was the most powerful spirit and could use the skills Elemental Cut, an Elemental Split, and an Elemental Explosion, each skill stronger than the other. Perhaps finding a way to escape would be the wisest decision, Pan Lin thought. But Mo Fan clearly thought differently. He had Deception stay there and play hide-and-seek with the summoned spirits. Happy's fans were on their edge of their seats for Mo Fan, while the neutral spectators and Blue Rain's fans felt like this time, Blue Rain had this match in the bag. Mo Fan's sneaky playstyle had met his nemesis. But after watching for a bit, they noticed that something wasn't quite right. Again and again, just when it looked like the spirits would find him, Mo Fan would immediately have Deception evade them. "Wow, how incredible," Pan Lin stuttered. Mo Fan's ability had once again exceeded his expectations. "Yes, this is the skill trained from scrap picking," Li Yibo said. Anyone who had experienced with glory immediately thought of a scene. In a dusty battlefield covered in countless blade and bullet marks, a cold ninja nimbly wandered through the battlefield, carefully dodging any attacks and avoiding attention. Afterwards, he filled his bag with all sorts of precious equipment and materials until it was full before disappearing into the fringes of the battle. Compared to that environment, 20 enemy spirits was nothing. The viewers sighed. As for Li Yuan, his spirits still hadn't uncovered Deception. He was starting to lose his patience. While the spirits were searching, he wasn't staying idle. 8 notes stood within the Devil World flower's protection range, while he carefully observed his surroundings. His spirits weren't wandering around aimlessly. They were moving towards his dead angles according to the terrain. Even so, Deception was still nowhere to be found. Could he have already run far away? It was hard not to be suspicious. In reality, the spectators with an omniscient view all knew that deception had uncovered himself before. Unfortunately, Li Yuan couldn't see 360 degrees, otherwise he would have noticed deception not just once or twice. Unable to find deception in any direction, Li Yuan wasn't sure what to do. His search had lost focus. He couldn't just keep spreading out his search forever, could he? Li Xiu carefully observed in a circle. After reflecting on his search plan, he felt like there weren't any holes, so he had his spirits increase the radius of the search area another step. Not good. Everyone saw this scene and shouted in their hearts. Deception hadn't run far. And by increasing his search radius, deception was now inside the circle, giving Mo Fan an opportunity. Had he insisted on staying, anticipating this sort of opportunity would appear. Sure enough, deception started approaching. However, 8 Notes still had a troublesome Devil World flower. Li Xiu was still a pro player. He wasn't so naive as to wait for his Devil World flower to disappear before planting another one. As a result, Mo Fan didn't keep waiting. He watched as the spirits spread out further, and after seeing Li Yuan summon another Devil World flower to replace his current one, he rushed out. Whoosh! Devil World flower's vines suddenly climbed out of the ground towards deception. Mo Fan had predicted this move. The ninja's biggest advantage was that he could form his seals while moving or while in any position. Ninjutsu, Explosive Flame Dragon, another ninja level 75 skill. After forming the seals, Deception held up his 2 fingers and formed a triangle, putting it in front of his mouth. A light purple flame flew out from his mouth. As soon as it touched the air, it immediately started exploding wildly, creating a chain of flames towards the Devil World flower. Fire attacks dealt additional damage to Devil World flowers. With just this one move, the Devil World flower turned pitch black. The extending vine instantly turned lifeless and dispersed into ash. At this moment, Li Yuan's 8 Notes had lost his only protection. Chapter 1406, Restricted Chapter 1406, Restricted Translator, Namyami Editor, Namyami fighting a close-ranged battle. Honestly speaking, the summoner's common weapon of choice, the wand, had a very high attack speed, usually having a rating of around 9 to 10. Because of this, there had even been some wand users among battle mage players, focusing their playstyle on their magic abilities. When it came to summoners, their close-ranged fighting power was pretty much close to 0. If they relied on themselves to fight in close quarters, they could only use some superficial skills that any class had access to, and if they really had to, they could use Lash, which was normally used to buff their minions. Evidently, these few skills weren't enough. As such, some summoners would opt to learn some of the battle mage's initial skills, like Dragon Tooth, Falling Flower Palm, Circle Swing, all of which were very popular. This would let the summoner have at least some capability of defending themselves in an unexpected close-ranged battle. However, skill points were precious, and learning these skills wasted too many points, making many summoners very reluctant to use this method. As such, there was now another more sketchy method of dealing with the problem, putting a skill on their weapon. Teleport. This high-level skill from the Elementalist class was undoubtedly a strong option for escaping, and Li Yuan's summoner, 8 Notes, had chosen this path. The moment he saw Deception charging towards him and instantly dispatching the Devil World flower, he cast Teleport without hesitating. Teleport was an instant cast spell. It wasn't impossible to interrupt, but the window of opportunity for doing so was extremely short, making it very difficult to interrupt. Deception had yet to properly latch on to his opponent, and in such a scenario, interrupting the spell was pretty much impossible. Zap! A sound like an electric current sounded out, and 8 Notes had already been teleported several units away from his original position, leaving only a trace of magic power behind. But then, flame cut. The flames frantically swept towards 8 notes. Li Yuan looked over, and deception was clearly still back there. But then how was the attack already so close to 8 notes? Shadow clone technique. Running into a ninja was Li Yuan's misfortune. Using teleportation could indeed instantly create some distance between the characters, but the ninja could use shadow clone technique in this way to immediately close the distance. A summoner's teleportation could only be level 1 at best, meaning that the distance traveled was the shortest possible. Li Yuan hadn't overlooked the fact that deception was a ninja, but he had no other options. His usage of teleportation was just an attempt, trying to see if Mo Fan's reactions were fast enough to catch up. Unfortunately, Mo Fan did catch up. He wasn't just an expert in escaping, but also in pursuing his target. The distance moved by shadow clone technique wasn't enough to let deception completely close in on 8 notes, but flame cut, a skill with some range on it, was already enough to reach 8 notes. 8 notes turned over and rolled. Summoners were only lacking close-range skills, but these basic movements were obviously something that every character possessed. Some summoners with excessive self-confidence would choose to use their basic movements to dodge attacks, a method even more economical than putting teleportation on their weapon. However, within the professional scene, no summoner would choose to use this economical method. Simply put, there were no noobs for them to bully in the alliance, so purely relying on sidestepping attacks wasn't going to cut it against an offensive from any pro player. Shining cut. Mo Fan used a low-level assassin skill, and in a flash, deception had completely latched on to 8 notes. Ninja arts, cicada shell double slash. With this skill, after the ninjato was unsheathed, both the blade and the scabbard would attack together, crossing and attacking enemies to the left and right of the character. But Glory's mechanics allowed for a great deal of freedom in controlling the character, and as such, when there was only one opponent, there was obviously no need to attack on both sides. When Deception used this cicada shell double slash, the ninjato and scabbard both slashed towards 8 notes. Once one hit connected, the offensive immediately began. When fighting against a summoner, Mo Fan didn't need to attack too explosively. After just 2 or 3 moves, 8 notes had already been thoroughly suppressed. Even when a summoner was under siege, the commands that they issued to their summons couldn't be interrupted. But in order to control their summons, they still needed to be within the summoner's field of view in order for them to select the unit to control. At this time, Deception had already forced 8 notes into a corner, cutting off part of his vision, and the attacks afterwards caused his camera to shake and sway non-stop. The broadcast cut to Li Yuan's point of view, and it was really a tragic sight. The summons roaming around freely in the distance had become fragmented on his screen, intermittently cutting in and out of view. Under these circumstances, it was exceedingly difficult for Li Yuan to control his summons to come over and save him. Player Mo Fan seems to have a lot of experience in fighting against summoners, Li Yibo said surprisedly. He was just a rookie, and he hadn't appeared much on stage in this season, but at this moment he showed incredible adeptness at the techniques used to fight against summoners. At Happy's player bench off stage, upon seeing Li Yuan's point of view, Luo Jai had a traumatized expression on his face. Why was Mo Fan so used to fighting against summoners? Because there was one in the team. When it came to their skill levels, there was quite a gap between Luo Jai and Mo Fan, but Mo Fan held nothing back when he played with opponents weaker than him. Mo Fan was earnest in every practice session, and as such, Luo Jai had been beaten into a pulp by Mo Fan hundreds or thousands of times. At one glance, the spectacle unfolding from Li Yuan's point of view was just too familiar. When he fought individually against Mo Fan, he had similarly been forced into a corner and killed an untold number of times. However, Luo Ji's concealed light was an elemental beast summoner, primarily making use of those 4 summons, but Li Yuan needed to control roughly 10 spirits. United against a common enemy, Luo Ji involuntarily felt a sense of kinship with Li Yuan, unexpectedly feeling worried on his behalf. Li Yuan was obviously suffering greatly. Now that he had been latched on to, there was definitely no room for him to finish a summoning spell. He had his back against the wall, and the summons in the distance were completely uncontrollable. At this time, 7 of the spirits would flicker in and out of his view, but Mo Fan's offensive tossed him from side to side, making commanding the spirits nigh impossible. However, everyone could see that there were 3 spirits coming over in succession to protect him. Even under such restricting circumstances, Li Yuan had still managed to complete commands for 3 of his spirits, showing off his significant caliber as a pro player. But only 3 of them. Upon seeing the 3 little spirits charging over, the more knowledgeable viewers could only silently mourn. Spirit summons relied on creating an army of sheer numbers to achieve victory, so evidently, their individual attack power wasn't too powerful. Whether it was in terms of attack, defense, or health, the spirits didn't have particularly impressive stats. Spirits were more notable because their duration was long, and their attacks had a chance to proc elemental effects. But if it was just little spirits, they'd be easily dispatched in 2 or 3 hits by other players. Would the spirits charging over really be able to do anything, especially given that Li Yuan wasn't able to arrange and deploy them properly? Li Yuan was completely aware of this point, not taking Mo Fan as an opponent that could be easily harassed by a few little spirits. The 3 little spirits didn't charge over and immediately attack, instead stopping and waiting at a point that Li Yuan had indicated earlier. This point was in a far more convenient location for Li Yuan to control the spirits. Evidently, Li Yuan was arranging his spirits against Mo Fan, constantly tossing him from side to side. Not bad, Li Yuan is very prudent. Don't think that he's just taking a beating. His response to the situation clearly displays the defensive skills that players from Blue Rain possess, Li Yibo exclaimed in admiration. At Happy's player bench, Luo Ji's eyes flashed with understanding. He could see the wisdom in Li Yuan's tempo. The 3 little spirits going up to attack was only a minor irritation, not serving any real purpose. But now that he had the 3 spirits stop at a convenient place, he had once again put himself in a good position relative to his spirits. Mo Fan's harassing attacks were mainly meant to disrupt the stability of Li Yuan's field of view. But now, no matter how his vision was disrupted, Li Yuan would always have an option, and given his hand speed, as long as he had an option, it would be a cinch to grasp it. As expected, another big spirit was controlled from afar, beginning to move over and rescue him. "It's a fire spirit," Pan Lin said. After all, Li Yuan doesn't really have much of a choice. If he could choose, I think he would have prioritized the ice spirit or the light spirit, Li Yibo replied. The big fire spirit's attack was Flame Blade, a close-ranged attack. On the other hand, the ice spirit's Falling Ice and the light spirit's Lightning were long-ranged attacks, and on top of that, there was a chance to freeze or paralyze the opponent with the attacks, something that would be of great help to 8 notes. The fire spirit had high offensive power, but it needed to get close to attack. In the worst-case scenario, Deception could easily beat it up along with 8 notes. "Let's see what Li Yuan plans to do," Li Yibo said. "At this point, there isn't much duration left on the little spirits either," Pan Lin mentioned. The broadcast immediately displayed the duration remaining on the little spirits, since there was a difference in when the spirits were summoned, and as such a difference in remaining duration. The spirits that were far away weren't taken into account. Of the three that were close by, one had 9 seconds, while the other two had 14 seconds and 19 seconds. The big spirit still had 2 minutes worth of duration, so at this point, there was no need to worry about it disappearing by itself. However, the little spirit with only 9 seconds left looked as if it wouldn't be able to make any real contribution. Li Yuan clearly understood this, and a convenient opportunity arrived to control the 3 little spirits, so he commanded the one with 9 seconds remaining to charge over. If it was going to disappear by itself anyways, it would be better to bring it over and cause some irritation for deception. This was a little ice spirit. All the little spirits had to be close to the enemy to attack, and while they had a chance to inflict an effect on hit, the probability was much lower when compared to the big spirits. The little spirit floated over, but Mo Fan completely ignored it. When it was almost in range, he suddenly used neck bind technique, and 8 notes was flung over his shoulder, crashing into the little ice spirit. Immediately afterwards, he used flame cut, slashing towards both the little spirit and 8 notes in one swing, and the little spirit died. And 8 notes. Li Yuan used this opportunity and continued to tenaciously control his spirits. One little spirit had died, but 2 more rushed over to take its place. At the same time, one big spirit finally rushed over to surround him. "Is this enough?" Pan Lin cried, betraying his concern. Everyone could clearly see that Mo Fan was an expert at dodging and escaping. With how little duration there was left for the little spirits, Mo Fan could just put in a little effort to contend with them, and they would disappear by themselves. "There's already no other options," Li Yibo sighed. As time went on, the summon's duration was extremely disadvantageous, meaning that Li Yuan no longer had time to continue waiting. 1 big and 4 small, 5 spirits advanced, and deception jumped out of the way. As expected, Pan Lin shouted, Mo Fan was indeed planning to wait out the duration. The spirits that had encircled him hit nothing but air. However, "It's a sacrifice, spirit sacrifice," Li Yibo cried out. Chapter 1407, Scrap Picking Your Health. Chapter 1407, Scrap Picking Your Health. Translator, Namiyami. Editor, Namiyami. Spirit Sacrifice. A level 75 Summoner Ultimate Skill. It wasn't just for spirit users, but it was the skill with the highest attack power across all summoner skills. After this skill came out, countless summoners started calculating the damage this skill could do, and from the current tests, Spirit Sacrifice seemed to be the second skill after the Assassin's life-risking strike that could accomplish a one-hit KO. Of course, like life-risking strike, wanting to successfully accomplish an OKO was very troublesome. For life-risking strike, most of the time, one had to achieve the requirements for assassination arts, critical strike, and other damage-increasing bonuses. As for Spirit Sacrifice, it was even more troublesome. The skill damage had to do with the number of spirits, the remaining health of spirits, and the remaining time the spirits had. In theory, when all these numbers were at their max, that was when Spirit Sacrifice was at its strongest. However, this was only theoretical. It was impossible to accomplish in-game. Just with the remaining time, it was impossible to have all spirits at their maximum at once. There would always be differences between those summoned first and those summoned later. All this was still in testing. In real combat, it would be even harder to find an opportune moment and conditions to activate a powerful Spirit Sacrifice. Plus, after Spirit Sacrifice was used, all spirits would disappear. For a summoner, that was equal to losing all protection. If this strike missed or failed to be fatal, then it would be a huge problem. Right now, Deception wasn't at full health, but a Spirit Sacrifice with 1 large and 4 small spirits wasn't enough to kill him. Li Yuan's goal was merely to get himself out of his current situation. Clearly, he didn't think that his 5 spirits could give Mo Fan much trouble, while he wasn't able to control them properly, with the other so good at escaping. So he resolutely decided to detonate the 5 spirits he had managed to gather. The explosion didn't make a huge noise like the cannon fire and explosions of launchers and Spitfires. During spirit sacrifice, all that was heard was the sound of the spirits' bodies shattering one after the other. The 5 spirits all unleashed the elemental power within them at once. Ice, fire, light, and dark. The flash from the different elements erupted, striking everything within range. This attack was an Aya, and deception was clearly within its area of effect. This attack came too suddenly, and Mo Fan didn't even have the time to execute a substitution technique before the light of the different elements enveloped him. "It hit!" Pan Lin yelled. Li Yuan took this time to get 8 notes out of the way as he called the spirits that were still wandering about back to his side. The small spirits were about to disappear, so Li Yuan didn't place any hope in them. The 3 large spirits were more important, and then a devil world flower was soon planted. By now, the spirit sacrifice's shockwaves were about done. This skill was all about the damage, and the shockwaves from the explosion of elemental power would continuously damage whoever was within range. Apart from damage, there weren't any other effects. However, Devil World Flower's attack had already arrived. Using the Yet to disperse flash from the explosion, a vine silently shot out from the ground and grabbed Deception. Storm Shuriken. Escape arts were truly Mo Fan's forte. He immediately countered when the vine came out, dozens of shurikens flying out like a storm, instantly cutting through the vine. The skill that had coded Devil World Flower last time, Ninja Arts, Explosive Flame Dragon, was a very powerful skill, but its cooldown was long and it hadn't come off its cooldown yet. Deception didn't have any way to wipe out Devil World Flower right now, and this was precisely what made it so annoying. Hiding behind Devil World Flower, 8 notes carefully began to summon again. The big spirits were on their way back, and the little spirits had mostly expired. He had to replenish his little spirits. The offensive Deception had launched while trapping 8 notes in the corner just now had taken out a full 61% of 8 notes' health. Summoners were a fragile cloth armor class, so they couldn't take a close ranged beating like that. As for Deception, that spirit sacrifice had blasted off 20% of his health. Though it wasn't as spectacular as his own offensive, Deception wasn't at full health to begin with, so he only had 44% left, in the lead against 8 notes' 39%. Happy's Mo Fan really is a great player, Pan Lin complimented. I feel that he really is a mature player already. From his playstyle, you rarely see the incompleteness belonging to newbie players, Li Yibo added. However, he really is a rookie. I believe that there are many who know of this player. In his first match, he took 2 yellow cards and was disqualified, Pan Lin said. This event was truly surprising and unique. Even a newbie would have a hard time getting directly disqualified. But now, on the stage of the playoffs, we're witnessing a Mo Fan that has matured so much, PNA Lin exclaimed with a tone of he grew up so fast. But right now, Mo Fan isn't in such a good position, Li Yibo said. With Devil World Flower on the field and no skill to kill it in one go, now was Mo Fan going to get his ninja back on the offensive. Run. Repeat what he had just done. Having had a taste of Mo Fan's ability when it came to hiding, it was doubtful that Li Yuan would be caught off guard like that again. Right now, faced with the current defense, was probably the best chance Mo Fan would get. However, this guy was extremely risk-averse. The current opportunity probably wasn't enough for him to bet on. Everyone was trying to guess what choice of action Mo Fan would take next, and Deception, while everyone was guessing, charged. Is he going on the offense? Pan Lin cried out. How many times had Mo Fan simply been feinting when they thought he was going to attack? What about this time? No matter what, the direction he had chosen didn't seem like a plan to run. Shuriken. A shuriken flew out, interrupting 8 notes' casting. Then smoke bomb. Purple smoke erupted, enveloping the area, and the camera hurriedly closed in to catch the two characters within. Deception was still moving. Shadow clone technique. He directly used this skill to send himself to 8 Notes' side. Devil World Flower attacked. The two small spirits 8 Notes had just summoned to his side attacked, and simultaneously Deception attacked. He's on the offensive. He's going for it this time, Pan Lin shouted. This time it was clear. Mo Fan wasn't hiding anymore. He wasn't escaping. He was directly attacking his opponent, headstrong. He's very good at judging the situation. If he left and then returned, it's very likely that he'd be met with an even worse situation. This offensive is another style. Another style means another thing for the opponent to worry about. A playstyle that's too focused and simple is easy to figure out. Mo Fan couldn't hear what the commentator and guest commentator were talking about. He didn't care about what these people thought because he knew that if he wanted to hear comments, he had someone to give him even better pointers right next to him. Right now, he only wanted to do one thing: defeat his opponent. Mo Fan had really changed. In the game, he was focused on scrap picking. He would dart about the battlefield, be bathed in blood, but his attention was on the ground underfoot, searching for those valuable equipment and items. That was what he was passionate about obtaining. But now his goal had changed. The opponent in front of him became what he coveted. Killing was never something in the foreground as a scrap picker, but now it was what he was fighting for. However, Mo Fan was also the same in many ways. While scrap picking, the only thing on his mind was equipment. All other obstacles he would dodge, avoid. That was what he did his best to achieve. Now, against a summoner, his only target was the summoner. Everything else, Devil World flowers, little spirits, big spirits, all he had to do was avoid these obstacles. Summoners seemed to counter Mo Fan's ambush tactics, but a 1v1 fight against a summoner really brought out Mo Fan's talents. He had practiced focusing on one target, with danger coming in from all sides during scrap picking, doing everything he could to scrap pick his target. This was a battle, but because his opponent was a summoner, it was also like scrap picking, and the target he was trying to scrap pick. 8 Notes' health. Everyone stared at this battle in shock. With spirits harassing him, Mo Fan's offensive wasn't as one-sided as the previous one. Li Yuan's 8 Notes would still have chances to cast summons, and with his wandering spirits coming back, he had more and more spirits. Yet, despite the growing number of spirits, Mo Fan had managed something. His deception had managed to cling to 8 Notes. Perhaps 8 Notes could summon a few little spirits, but trying to run away from the center of the battle to focus on commanding his spirits. No way in hell. Even when he casted teleportation upon coming off cooldown, Mo Fan had managed to interrupt it. No one had seen someone fight against a summoner like this, ignoring the summoned creatures entirely and just going after the summoner. No one had seen someone execute this method so well either. Deception had been surrounded by quite a few summons already, but Deception still managed to dart between them, locked onto 8 Notes. Amazing! Absolutely amazing! Pan Lin was yelling in shock. Meanwhile, Li Yibo had his eyes on the health of the two characters. Mo Fan was doing well, but it was impossible for him to stay completely unharmed under the circumstances. The two characters' health were both depleting at an even rate. If this continues, Li Yibo seemed to see a certain future, a certain possibility. As the situation continued, this possibility became a reality. Schlick. Deception's ninjato buried itself in 8 Notes' chest. Whoosh! A chunk of ice slammed into Deception's head. The health of the two characters actually simultaneously struck 0. Deception and 8 Notes had perished together. Chapter 1408 Background Chapter 1408 Background Translator Namyami Editor Namyami Glory. That was when this word filled the screen. Everyone was stunned. Glory, that word would only appear when announcing a victory, but wasn't this match a tie? Glory shouldn't have appeared then. Could it be? Everyone scanned the field wildly, and as expected, amidst the light of 8 notes disappearing spirits, there stood Deception. Health, 0.7%. He wasn't dead yet. Everyone was shocked. It wasn't until the broadcast replayed that moment in slow motion that everyone realized what had happened. That's right, Deception hadn't died. In that last moment, he had completed a shadow clone technique, and without their owner's help, summoned creatures couldn't determine clones from real characters. So when 8 notes health hit 0, the Deception everyone had seen take a fatal blow was actually just Deception's shadow clone. This wasn't a tie. Happy's home stadium supporters exploded. Though 0.7% was practically no different from a tie, victory and a tie were two different concepts. When everyone saw that Mofan had won and not tied, the morale in the stadium soared. Of course it's not a tie. Ye Xiu was smiling. There weren't many people who had noticed that Deception hadn't died, but Ye Xiu was doubtlessly one of them. He isn't a killer, he's a scrap picker, Ye Xiu said. That's right. Mofan wasn't a killer. He didn't have the mindset of a martyr. He was a scrap picker, and no matter when, his own life was the most important. A scrap picker where only survival would make all his actions worthwhile. He's practically made for the group arena, Ye Xiu praised. Everyone watched the close-up of the victorious Deception. His expressionless face was brought up close for everyone's scrutiny. What sort of expression was the player behind this character wearing? Was he cheering? Jumping for joy? Everyone was curious, but they couldn't tell right now. Since this wasn't a tie but Mofan's victory, he had the right to continue, even with only 0.7% of his health left. Though some believed that there was no reason to continue with this much health left, even surrendering right now would be fine, Mofan didn't do so. Over at Blue Rain's booth, Li Yuan had already gotten out. In that moment, he had really thought it was a tie, giving him some degree of comfort. Though he hadn't done excellently, he would have at least taken down someone. However, when glory appeared on the screen, Li Yuan's spirits plummeted. He hadn't died. It was the opponent's victory. This result was a huge blow to their morale. Li Yuan walked off the stage in low spirits. Right now, the screen was filled with Deception's most spectacular acts this battle, deepening his sense of defeat. After he returned to the player bench, his teammates gazed at him, uncertain as to how to comfort him. This result was rather comedic, but not a kind of comedic Blue Rain wanted to see. There's no difference, Captain Yu Wenzhou spoke up then. That much health isn't a threat anymore. It's the same as if he was dead. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. He knew that his captain hoped that he could look at this result logically and try to not let it affect him too much emotionally. It's all up to you, Yu Wenzhou turned and spoke to another member of Blue Rain. It was the last player for them in the group arena, Spitfire Zheng Xuan. How stressful. Zheng Xuan feigned wiping off sweat. The predictions for this match had favored Blue Rain. No one had thought that Blue Rain would be in such a condition in just the first group arena. Happy had only used 2 players to take down 4 of Blue Rain's. If Blue Rain wanted to win, then they could only hope for Zheng Xuan to defeat 3 of Happy's players. This clearly wasn't very realistic. Being the group anchor wasn't easy. For their opponents, they could see the match as an individual competition because there wouldn't be any more opponents to defeat afterwards. So, against their opponent's group anchor, they could fight it like an individual competition. They could be more daring, more direct. Meanwhile, the group anchor wouldn't have the same privilege. They couldn't be as daring, as free as they wanted. They had no one to clean up after them. They had to carefully preserve their health, doing their best against all the opposing team's remaining characters. Yu Wenzhou wouldn't place such unrealistic expectations on his teammates' shoulders. That was really giving them stress. Currently, they could pretty much ignore Mofan's existence. After that, if Zheng Xuan could get them a point, allowing them to enter the team competition 2 points behind, that was enough. Of course, if he managed to defeat two players, leaving them at only a 1-point disadvantage, then that would be even better. At that point, Zhang Xuan's performance would be perfect in Yu Wenzhou's eyes. He wouldn't consider the possibility of a 1 versus 3. "I'm off then." Zhang Xuan got up and straightened his clothes. "Good luck," everyone wished him. "If I can't get us a point, then let me be struck by lightning." Zhang Xuan solemnly swore. Blue Rain's members were stunned for a moment before they realized that Mo Fan was also a point for them. A point with only 0.7% of his health left. Everyone rolled their eyes, ignoring his joke. "What? This is a point even Huang Xiao and Li Yuan didn't manage to win," Zhang Xuan bemoaned. "Just get the hell out already," Huang Xiaoshan growled. His mood clearly wasn't the best. After all, he had left the stage amidst mocking laughter. "Just watch me." Zhang Xuan sounded confident. No one was worried for him. Even if Mo Fan had 1,000 tricks up his sleeve and all sorts of unexpected tactics, health was the foundation of everything. A mere 0.7% of health wasn't enough to execute any tricks. Perhaps he had the ability to combo his opponent without taking damage, but those circumstances and his current 0.7% health would have the opponent taking very different choices of action. Match start. Pan Lin and Li Yibo didn't even bother saying anything. Actually, in most people's eyes, it would be more acceptable for Mo Fan to surrender and leave. Continuing with 0.7% of his health seemed like a rather cheap move. Zhang Xuan's Spitfire character was called Bullet Rain, equipped with the silver rifle, Drift. He was one of Blue Rain's core players and was pretty famous in the scene. Zhang Xuan was a player who debuted in the 4th season, becoming a pro player alongside Yu Wenzhou and Huang Xiaoshan. That was a bright, star-filled season, bringing about the circle of top players now known as the Golden Generation. Zhang Xuan debuted in the same season as the Golden Generation, and from then on, his signature phrase became, "How stressful." Zhang Xuan was very talented, but back then, there was already a Spitfire player that shone like the sun, so newbies had a hard time taking the spotlight. There were no battle mages, strikers, Spitfires, or berserkers among the Golden Generation. Was this because no rookies debuted with these classes in the 4th season? Of course not. It was because, at that time, these classes were all occupied by the group of players standing at the top of the top. New rookies shoving these gods from their positions. Not even in their dreams. Zhang Xuan grew up beside the Golden Generation. Perhaps in another generation he would draw much attention, but next to the Golden Generation he was but a drop in the ocean. Just in his own team, there were 2 eye-catching teammates that outshone him, not just in glory but also in their personal characteristics. One couldn't shut up, and the other had crippled hands. Zhang Xuan was rather speechless. Considering how normal he was, he could only lament over how geniuses always had their quirks. How stressful. Day by day, he matured amidst such complaints and became a reliable helper to his 2 Golden Generation teammates. Over the summer between seasons 7 and 8, the top Spitfire player Zhang Jiao suddenly retired. 100 Blossoms flailed, trying to find a successor for dazzling 100 Blossoms, and the first name they thought of was actually Blue Rain's Zhang Xuan. The two came in contact, but they hadn't even said much before Zhang Xuan rejected the offer. The reason? He was used to being in Blue Rain, being the team's ace. How stressful. That was the reason Zhang Xuan gave for rejecting 100 Blossoms' offer. Perhaps he was a bit of a coward. That's what Zhang Xuan thought, but really he was already used to it. From the beginning of the 4th season, under the halo of the Golden Generation, the other player from the same season all seemed negligible. In Blue Rain, he had debuted with Yu Wenzhou and Huang Xiaoshan, but all everyone saw was the 2 of them. He had stood by their side for so many years, but when people remembered him and recalled when he debuted, they were always startled. Hey, He's also a Season 4 debutee from the same batch as the Golden Generation. At first, Zhang Xuan could only reply with a strained smile, but soon enough he really did get used to it. Whenever Blue Rain did poorly, he would see Captain Yu Wenzhou and Ace Huang Xiaoshan get grilled by reporters, sitting in the spotlight, and he would think to himself that his position was quite the blessing. In a team like Blue Rain, he had an important but not crucial position. Not as good as whoever was above, but far out of reach to those below. Stability was a realm of life, too. Zhang Xuan was very satisfied with this realm he was in. He was prepared to maintain this, all the way until the end of his career. To be honest, he had no regrets and would be happy to end it here. He even had a championship. Thus, Zhang Xuan unavoidably had some problems with motivation, even in the playoffs. However, that didn't mean he would be bullied by someone with only 0.7% of his health left. Mo Fan's deception once again launched a sneak attack and was killed as soon as acted by a head-on trade of health. He won a certain victory, but Zhang Xuan still felt his excitement rise. It was still a point. He was pretty good at cheering himself on. Then Happy's third player was fielded. Suma Cheng Dancing Rain. Golden Generation. How stressful, Zhang Xuan mumbled. Chapter 1409. How stressful. Chapter 1409. How stressful. Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami Suma Cheng Zhang Xuan. They had debuted the same season, so even though one was a true member of the Golden Generation and the other was a forgotten character behind their dazzling light, the two weren't strangers to each other. So when the match began, Suma Cheng already knew the first thing that Zhang Xuan would say in the chat. How stressful, she beat him to saying it. What are you doing? Zhang Xuan was unhappy. How could she steal his line like that? I'm saying it for you, Suma Cheng replied. Tusk, even my line has been stolen. How stressful. Zhang Xuan still said it in the end. The greater stress is yet to come. As Suma Cheng spoke, Dancing Rain charged forward. No circling, no hiding. A direct head-on charge. Of course, Pan Lin and Li Yibo both shouted. During the player change, the two of them had already discussed how Blue Rain only had one player left. At this time, Happy didn't need to be too careful. Boldly taking this round and then carrying the surging morale into the team round was undoubtedly the best choice. Right now, it looked like that was exactly what Suma Cheng planned to do. It won't be like Mo Fan though, will it? Right after his exclamation of course, Pan Lin suddenly thought of another worry. Last round, Mo Fan had also controlled his deception to charge forward like this, but then as soon as he met his opponent, he slipped away. Probably not. When he heard this, Li Yibo also began to have doubt. Logically, Suma Cheng wasn't some stranger, and they were quite clear on her style. But after joining Happy, she now seemed to be surrounded by a blurred, opaque aura. Ye Xiu, Fang Rui, these old faces had changed classes, so it made sense that they would bring some surprises. But this Suma Cheng, her class hadn't changed, her style hadn't changed. Her play seemed to directly follow from what it had been at Excellent Era. So why did she also feel different from before? Let's keep watching, Li Yibo said calmly. He didn't dare to make any careless judgments. This time, Zhang Xuan's Spitfire Bullet Rain was the one sneaking around as soon as the match began. Zhang Xuan wants to play dirty, Pan Lin said. Playing dirty was a style, a school of thought, a choice that existed to be made in a battle. As a pro player, you liked it or you didn't, you liked to use it or you didn't, but if you said you didn't know how, then you wouldn't be a professional. Zhang Xuan was an old player now in his 7th year. Of course he knew how to play dirty. He's the group anchor, of course he'll have to face this carefully, said Li Yibo. Zhang Xuan, this group anchor, still had 3 opponents ahead of him. Suma Cheng was the first, but who would be next? The dirtiest player of all, Fang Rui. That girl who was like a tiger, Tang Ru, that chaotic brawler player, or their old senior from Blue Rain, Wei Chen. Zhang Xuan didn't know Wei Chen. It was season 3 when he'd arrived at Blue Rain's training camp, and by that time Wei Chen had already retired and left. Zheng Xuan had heard a few stories about this old senior, though. He discovered and recruited Huang Xiaoshan from the game. He was the original owner of Yu Wenzhou's inherited Suixar. No part of Blue Rain's origin story could be separated from his name. Even their Blue Brook Guild in the box labeled Founder was forever marked with his name, Suixar. Yes, Suixar. Wei Chen's Suixar, not Yu Wenzhou's Suixar. And then this old senior, after leaving for 7 years, suddenly returned to this battlefield. In the beginning, he'd drawn a lot of attention, but his return wasn't like Ye Xiu's. Wei Chen was not the protagonist of the stage, and his appearances were pitifully infrequent. Gradually, the discussion around him faded away. Only Blue Rain would continue to pay attention to their old captain, their old senior. Would he go on stage? Zheng Xuan thought, and then suddenly jolted back to the present. Damn it, got distracted again. In such a critical battle, Zheng Xuan had actually gotten so lost in thought that Bullet Rain had subconsciously walked forward quite a bit. Now that he realized, he hurriedly studied his surroundings. This guy, he started daydreaming again, didn't he? Huang Xiaoshan said, watching Zheng Xuan's match. He was all too familiar with this guy. A lack of fighting spirit remains his biggest problem, Yu Wenzhou sighed. Even throwing him into the anchor position couldn't help him focus completely, said Huang Xiaoshan. If only he had Yu Feng's drive, said Yu Wenzhou. But if that was the case, he would have left long ago, wouldn't he? Huang Xiaoshan said. Everyone at Blue Rain knew that 100 Blossoms had tried to recruit Zheng Xuan that one summer. Yes, there's really nothing that can be done. Yu Wenzhou was helpless. If only he could be averaged out with Yu Feng, said Huang Xiaoshan. Then what? Our team would develop a Blood and Blossoms, Yu Wenzhou said. Blood and Blossoms had left a deep impression on the players of the Golden Generation, because Season 3 and Season 4 was when that style had been at its peak. The Golden Generation had all gone through Blood and Blossoms as a rite of passage. Who knows, said Huang Xiaoshan. These sort of meaningless hypotheticals always led to melancholy. Because Yu Feng was too vigorous, too ambitious, too driven, he left them. Zheng Xuan was too passive, too lacking in fighting spirit, and so he stayed. Staying was good, but his lack of spirit became the biggest limit to his strength. Zheng Xuan had talent, but because he lacked spirit and initiative, his talent was unable to shine. He should have been able to accomplish more. This was what many people had said of Zheng Xuan, and this guy had heard it all, but it still wasn't enough to motivate him. Even in the playoffs, even as the group anchor, his mind would still wander. And this was Blue Rain. If this had been a team like Tiny Herb with strict requirements, Zheng Xuan probably would have already been kicked out the door. Blue Rain was a strange team, one that could accommodate all kinds of strange players. Huang Xiaoshan, this talkative opportunist. Yu Wenzhou, this master tactician with a slow hand speed. Song Xiao, the Mr. Clutch who could only shine in the playoffs. Lu Hanwen, this surging youngster who was already so bold at 14 years old. And even the ones who had already left. Yu Feng, who wasn't happy even with a championship, a perfectionist who would only be satisfied with a championship he'd won as the core player. Lin Feng, who'd gone to Wind Howl, an unorthodox battle thief player. And Zheng Xuan, a competitive player who lacked competitiveness. Blue Rain was such a collection of unique players, and every player had found his place here. People had thought about this before. If Huang Xiaoshan didn't chat and instead focused his hand speed entirely on his controls, if Yu Wenzhou's hand speed met the standard or even surpassed it, if Song Xiao could perform as excellently in the regular season as he did in the playoffs, if Yu Feng hadn't left in pursuit of his ambitions, if Zheng Xuan was a player with fighting spirit, who always put his full effort into everything, how powerful would such a Blue Rain be? Blue Rain was just this kind of team, filled with defective beauty. But on the professional stage, they would resolutely advance just like any other. Right now, their lethargic Zhang Xuan was their critical group arena anchor. Awaiting him were 3 players, which could include 2 all-stars or this season's best rookie, so on and so forth. The road ahead was covered in thorns. Just like Zhang Xuan's mantra, how stressful. But even though he said this, when faced with this kind of pressure, he would still advance forward. He lacked fighting spirit, but he was still working himself up to fight. Bullet rain circled around the flank. By the time it was his turn to come on stage, Blue Rain had already thoroughly investigated the ambush points on both ends of the map. Zhang Xuan played like this was his familiar home game map, swiftly finding a suitable position from which to launch a sneak attack. He gradually heard the sound of footsteps. Dancing rain was beginning to approach. And he thought about how after winning this round there was another, and after winning that one there would still be one more. What a headache. Zhang Xuan gritted his teeth. How stressful, he said once more, and Bullet Rain began to attack. This is really so stressful. When Zhang Xuan said his mantra for the last time, his Bullet Rain had already fallen. The opponent he was facing was no longer Sima Cheng and her dancing rain, but Fang Rui and his boundless sea. Zhang Xuan won one battle. Putting in his full effort, he defeated Sima Cheng. But after that, he was ultimately unable to defeat Fang Rui. The group arena ended with Happy in the lead 5-3. They were entering the team round with a 2-point lead. 1v2 really is my limit. There was just no way to go on. After Zhang Xuan came off stage, he spread his hands helplessly and said this to his teammates. 1v2, Huang Xiaoshan's mouth twitched. You have the nerve to count deception as one of your kills too. It's not me counting it, it's the rules, said Zhang Xuan, righteous. All right, this kind of outcome isn't entirely unacceptable, Yu Wenzhou said calmly. In the team competition, there wasn't much difference between fighting until one person remained and fighting until 2 people remained. Normally, after both sides used up their 6th player, the side who next achieved the advantage of numbers would obtain the final victory in one swoop of determination. In the team competition, it was most common for there to be 3 or 4 players remaining at the end. Even battles with 5 players remaining were more common than those with only 2. These were all conclusions drawn by experts analyzing the data gathered after the new playoffs format had been released. But because this was now the established competition format, one thing that had to be considered was whether the opponent, with a 2-point advantage, would use a playstyle that fully utilized this advantage. This sort of strategic thinking had never been seen before. After the playoffs matches of last season, as of now, there were still no examples of this. Everyone could rely on experience and speculation, and the current playoff system gave a longer break between the group arena and the team competition. It seemed that this was to give the teams more time to strategize for the team battle, given the results of the group arena. What was Happy going to do? Yu Wenzhou looked over at Team Happy. Because they'd done well in the group arena, they appeared to be in high spirits. Chapter 1410, Swinging Balance. Chapter 1410, Swinging Balance. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. In the new playoffs format, the outcome of the group arena would cause the subsequent team round to be played differently. This was something particularly tricky about this new format. Both the losers and the winners of the group arena should think of ways to use this point advantage in the team round. After working through all the emotions brought about by the group arena, both sides began anxiously preparing and making arrangements. Happy currently has a 2-point lead. They're doing much better than people expected. Pan Lin and Li Yibo were also using this intermission to summarize the current situation. Speaking of which, Happy originally had the chance to win an even greater lead. If Sima Cheng had taken down Zhang Xuan, then they would have had a 3-point lead. An advantage that large is fairly uncommon in the group arena of the new format, said Li Yibo. Yes, but unfortunately Zhang Xuan narrowly managed to win that battle. Too bad for Sima Cheng, said Pan Lin. Team Blue Rain has been pretty unlucky today overall, but Zhang Xuan's victory managed to let them recover a bit, said Li Yibo. Happy's Mo Fan was the highlight of today's team round, Pan Lin praised. He completed a 1v2, and one of his opponents was Huang Xiaoshan. Truly a beautiful performance. Yes, Mo Fan's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. This season, Mo Fan hasn't appeared in enough matches to really be considered main roster, but his performance in this group arena was that of a core player, said Li Yibo. Exactly. Even now, you can see lots of gamers commenting about how shocked they are at Mo Fan's performance. Right here, I just saw a post from someone on Weibo named Hooked Mulberry, who was naming Mo Fan the Godslayer. It looks like they're connecting his victory just now over Huang Xiaoshan with the time he defeated Sun Xiang, said Pan Lin. Haha, 2 victories over top gods for a rookie that's extremely worthy of praise. But to use such a title, we'll have to continue to watch Mo Fan's performance, Li Yibo laughed. Right, Pan Lin nodded, and he continued to scroll through the Weibo discussion of this match on his computer. Oh, this, Pan Lin hesitated. What is it? Li Yibo leaned over to look. Zhuo Chenrui's post, Pan Lin said. Oh, what he say? Li Yibo was delighted. Zhuo Chenrui was a famous name in the circle. Because he was so opinionated in his writing, his commentary was often unexpected. And this match involved Blue Rain, the team closest to his heart, losing the group arena so unexpectedly. This guy definitely couldn't sit still. Zhuo Chenrui gave that tree 100 million points. That was all Pan Lin said. With Zhuo Chenrui's personality, his commentary was definitely filled with bitterness and outrage toward Happy. But Pan Lin couldn't read that kind of content in their show. Ha 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 ha, Li Yibo laughed. He knew Zhuo Chenrui, and could completely imagine the look on that guy's face as he watched Huang Xiaoshan's troubling reign lose 50% of his health to that cut-down tree. Li Yibo suddenly wished that they could have invited Zhuo Chenrui as a guest commentator for this match. That one exciting moment would make sharing this broadcast with another commentator completely worth it. The two of them continued to look through the comments made by fans online and discuss the current situation, until at last, the team round was about to begin. The participating players on each side were summoned by the referee and began to walk on stage. Team Blue Rain, Yu Wenzhou, Huang Xiaoshan, Lu Hanwen, Zhang Xuan and Su Jingxi as the starting roster, with Song Xiao as 6th player. Team Happy, Ye Xiu, Sima Cheng, Fang Rui, Kaio Yifan, and Enweni as starting roster, with 6th player Wei Chen. Ah, Happy's sending Wei Chen on stage. Pan Lin was surprised. Wei Chen had history with Blue Rain, but because this history was so long ago, and because Wei Chen hadn't had a very strong presence this season, there wasn't much speculation or hype around this topic. And the playoffs wasn't a place to arrange a roster for the sake of hype anyway. The fact that Happy had chosen to send Wei Chen up now, regardless, was surprising to many people. How useful could Wei Chen possibly be? This was an issue with a very large question mark. From his current abilities that could be seen from his scarce on-stage appearances this season, it was hard to call him high-level. And his history with Blue Rain was so long ago, so in terms of knowing the enemy, he probably wouldn't be any better than Ye Xiu, Su Ma Cheng, and Fang Rui, who had fought against Blue Rain for many years now. So why had Happy arranged for Wei Chen to go on stage this match? No one could guess. On Blue Rain's side, they were fairly calm. Happy was a new team, and the greatest characteristic of a new team was that their strength developed with each battle they fought. On the other hand, teams like Blue Rain, Tiny Herb, Tyranny were all very mature and stable. They weren't like new teams who might change from day to day. Only a team that had just been created would be continuously changing and experimenting. Happy had played through the entire regular season with this kind of rhythm. So many people might not have even noticed this point. Not having a mature style is usually the biggest weakness of a new team, but Happy has turned this into their greatest strength. This was Yu Wenzhou's judgment of the team prior to this match. Because they weren't mature, because they were always changing and experimenting, Happy became entirely unpredictable. This was normally something that a mature team would work hard to try and avoid, but for a new team that didn't have enough time to solve this kind of problem, they might as well just make the problem bigger. Yu Wenzhou's view was supported by data. From the research that they'd requested Blue Rain's R&D to do, it was clear to see Happy's rotating changes. As the team's new players grew, Happy's rotation of its players only increased, all the way until the end of the season, when even Wei Chen and Luo Jai joined the rotation as well. This wasn't an unexpected decision. From the statistics they'd gathered, these two players joining the rotation completely aligned with Happy's trend of increasing variation. But because these two hadn't joined until the very end, they had too much blank space at the beginning and relatively few appearances overall, so they seemed a little bit painful to the eyes. Every one of Happy's players was fully operational, all for the sake of the playoffs. Team Happy had been aiming for the playoffs since the very beginning. Win the championships. This wasn't something Ye Xiu just casually said to mess with everyone. He had been completely sincere. From day one of the regular season, he had been planning, adjusting, training the whole team, all in pursuit of this goal. Right now, Yu Wenzhou's view of Happy was that no matter what roster they brought up, he wouldn't be too surprised because they had always been swinging and changing, unlike the mature and steady teams like Blue Rain. However, even as Happy was swinging, they manifested a sort of balance. They weren't steady in an absolute sense, but they were in a relative sense. Happy's most fearsome person ultimately was still Ye Xiu. Not only was he sturdy in combat with a 37 win streak, his control and deployment of the team as a whole was a completely easy and familiar task to him. And right now, just surrender now, this person laughed as he shook Yu Wenzhou's hand. Heh, it looks like that's not necessary right now. Yu Wenzhou smiled. Very soon it will be, said Ye Xiu. You shut up, Huang Xiaoshan interrupted. Remember to love the environment. As Ye Xiu shook Huang Xiaoshan's hand, his other hand patted the back of his hand in a friendly way. Oh, fuck off. Huang Xiaoshan shook his hand free. To the side the referee could hardly bear to watch. Ye Xiu had really twisted the knife there. The players walked past one by one following the pre-match etiquette. They were also generally lined up in a fixed order. For example, the sixth person was generally lined up last. So, Wei Chen was the last person to walk in front of Yu Wenzhou. Captain Wei. This was how Yu Wenzhou addressed him when he shook his hand. To the side, Huang Xiaoshan didn't wait for him to come over, instead taking the initiative to approach. Captain Wei. He used the same form of address, his tone completely respectful. Even Ye Xiu, who was also his senior and a pinnacle god who had already achieved the dazzling light of 3 consecutive championships before he'd even debuted, was someone he drove away with a fuck off. Because this person in front of him now was different. If not for this person, Huang Xiaoshan might have treated glory as no more than a frivolous pastime, where he'd run over to the game to cause a bit of trouble in his free time. He would have just continued living the life of an ordinary person until he became so busy that even this pastime was forgotten, and glory faded away from his life once and for all. But he met Wei Chen. It was this person who changed his attitude toward glory. It was this person who sparked his interest in becoming a professional player. It was this person who ultimately brought him into Team Blue Rain. It was this person who helped him walk on his journey of growth. And then he left, and Huang Xiaoshan earned a name for himself as a member of the Golden Generation, formally stepping into the professional circle. He took control of a character now called the Sword Sane and charged through this battlefield. The whole world was open to him now in a way that he never would have imagined, even in his wildest dreams. And all of it was thanks to the person in front of him. After he had left, they'd lost all contact. Huang Xiaoshan had wanted to meet him again, but he never imagined it would be like this. On the battlefield as opponents and in the playoffs where only one could survive. The bitterest of opponents. But none of this could change Huang Xiaoshan's feelings toward Wei Chen. If he had to say which person in his life had the greatest influence upon him, his answer would only contain the name of this person. Surrender. And then this was what he heard Wei Chen, this person who had the greatest influence on his life, this person whom he respected the most, say to him. How could we do that? Yu Wenzhou smiled. Huang Xiaoshan didn't have too much of a reaction either, because it was entirely unsurprising for this person to say such a thing. Even though this was someone he held in great esteem, Wei Chen was indeed an extremely unscrupulous person. What a shame, I can hardly bear to beat you guys on the battlefield, Wei Chen sighed. The same goes for us, Yu Wenzhou said. But you've already beaten me, said Wei Chen. It was just luck, said Yu Wenzhou. It won't happen this time, said Wei Chen. I'll fight to my fullest. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com Chapter 1411, Exploring the Map Chapter 1411, Exploring the Map Translator, Namyumi Editor. Namyumi, the match began. Pan Lin and Li Yibo went back to their usual program. After finding out what map the home team had chosen, they immediately searched up the relevant information and presented it to the viewers during the loading screen. For the unknowing audience members, the two commentators probably seemed omniscient, knowing the ins and outs of every map. Map, empty sand sea, the map was shaped like a rhombus. The two teams started on opposite sides of each other on the north and south ends of the map. The center of the map was an oasis. To the east of the oasis were ancient ruins, and a landscape of sand dunes were to the west of the oasis. The map had a variety of terrains, allowing for numerous viable tactics. It was a map that required adaptability. While Pan Lin and Li Yibo hurried to finish their introductions, the two sides finished loading in. Each team had 5 players for a total of 10 players on the north and south ends of the map. The camera focused in on Team Happy. According to their experience in the regular season, Happy frequently played the 6th player switcheroo as soon as the match began to catch their opponents off guard. Happy had intentionally put Blue Rain's old captain, Wei Chen, as their 6th player as if he were their secret weapon. Even the program director wanted to know whether Wei Chen would be switched in immediately, but Happy didn't make any switches. After the 5 characters loaded into map, they immediately rushed out of the spawn point. Happy is looking very decisive. It seems like they already have a plan in mind. Blue Rain, on the other hand, appears to be a bit more hesitant, Pan Lin said. Haha, it can't really be said that they're hesitant. Blue Rain has always been more reactive than proactive. This is their away game too, Li Yibo said. Okay, Blue Rain is also on the move. They're not charging straight towards the center, instead taking the left path. They should be heading towards the ancient ruins, Pan Lin introduced. The two teams played different openings. The home team went straight towards the center, while the away team took a more roundabout route. It's almost like the roles have been reversed. The away team was usually unfamiliar with the map, so rashly trying to take advantage of the map can very easily go wrong. The away team often prefers a direct confrontation. Fighting in an open area was equivalent to erasing the opponent's map advantage. How could the home team allow their opponents to do as they wished? In the individual competition and the group arena, perhaps there were people like Ye Xiu who picked simple maps and chose to fight it out in the open, but practically no home team did this during the team competition. It was easier to win if the map advantage was utilized well. Blue Rain isn't moving very fast. Pan Lin noticed that Blue Rain was moving towards the east quite slowly. They seemed to be studying the map. Pan Lin commented on Blue Rain's movements. The match had just begun. It wasn't like Happy could just suddenly descend upon them like gods, so Blue Rain's formation was rather loose. There didn't seem to be any strict tactical intent to it. Everyone looked to be moving freely. The camera cycled through the perspectives of each of Blue Rain's players. It could clearly be seen that everyone was observing their surroundings. They were all moving in the same general direction, but the team was split into different zones. It was like they were in a race, each person in their own lane focused on their own task. There was quite a bit of communication going on in Team Blue Rain's chat, letting the viewers directly observe how Blue Rain was exploring the map. Blue Rain probably wants to establish an area that they're familiar with and then lure Happy into fighting there to reduce Happy's home field advantage, Pan Lin said. Oh, isn't this what that team often does? Pan Lin thought of something. Correct. Team Thunderclap frequently does this in their away games, Li Yibo said. But it can't be a random area, can it? Pan Lin asked. Of course not. The home team obviously doesn't want you to establish your own area, so figuring out which area to choose is a difficult decision, Li Yibo said. Team Blue Rain seems to be speeding up, Pan Lin suddenly discovered. It looks like they're not satisfied with that area, Li Yibo said. There were messages in Team Blue Rain's chat that stated this information, which was why Li Yibo was so confident in his judgment. Dissatisfied with an area close to the spawn point, Team Blue Rain continued to push forward. And as time went on, the two sides were on the verge of encountering each other. As Blue Rain explored, they unknowingly went into a formation. It was only now did the viewers suddenly realize that the Team Blue Rain members were no longer as loosely scattered as before. The change had gone unnoticed. From this, it could be seen just how fluid Team Blue Rain's teamwork was. The team continued along the northeast edge. The central oasis and the eastern ancient city ruins gradually came into view. Team Happy's characters appeared in the oasis area. Try to stay under cover, Yu Wenzhou said in the chat. Team Blue Rain quickly started moving stealthily. Flipping, turning, and climbing were frequently used. As they moved while staying hidden, they were still looking for opportunities to observe their opponents. Blue Rain didn't chase after Happy. Instead, they continued with their strategy and entered the ancient ruins. Dilapidated walls covered the ancient ruins. There were all sorts of hiding places here. This will do. Huang Xiaoshan looked around and then made a suggestion. Everyone scanned the area. Xiaoshan, watch that side, Yu Wenzhou said. I might as well just say hi, Huang Xiaoshan said. You've got a way to get close. If you're going to go, Zhang Xuan, go with him, Yu Wenzhou said. Fuck that troublesome, forget it. Li Xuan immediately expressed that he didn't feel like fighting. You can't do it, Yu Wenzhou said. Too stressful, but if you want me to go, I'll go, Zhang Xuan said. Yu Wenzhou laughed. He knew Zhang Xuan was indicating that he had unconditional confidence in his captain. This guy was always like that. His fighting spirit was lacking, so he rarely took initiative. He basically needed someone to push him forward. For example, right now, he definitely wouldn't volunteer like Huang Xiaoshan did, but if Yu Wenzhou gave him an order, he would try his hardest to complete it. Forget it, keep checking up on the terrain. Xiaoshan, watch that side. Try not to get discovered, Yu Wenzhou said. I'm just afraid that they'll give away a big opening and I won't be able to hold back. Huang Xiaoshan rubbed his palms together as if it were some huge matter, when all he was doing was being on the lookout. Happy's chat didn't have much content, while Blue Rain had quite a bit going on. The viewers had good understanding of their intentions. It was hard for the Happy fans not to worry. However, there was no way for them to tell this information to their players. They could only boo at the away game Blue Rain fans to vent. Huang Xiaoshan's troubling reign temporarily separated from the team, leaving the ancient ruins. He continued the flip, climb, roll movements to approach Happy's position, but before long he saw Team Happy moving towards their location. "They're coming," Huang Xiaoshan immediately typed. "I'll stall them, you guys hurry up." "Got it," the team replied. Huang Xiaoshan's troubling rain stopped hiding and stood out in the open. Boom, boom, boom. Gunfire immediately headed his way. "Fuck Suma Cheng, you're not even going to say hi," Huang Xiaoshan called out. He was on the edge of a launcher's range though, so the attacks didn't pose any threat to him. Troubling rain dodged the attacks easily. "We didn't even say hi and you're already talking. If we said hi, wouldn't you talk non-stop?" Ye Xiu replied. Team Happy suddenly sped up. Their slow cleric was left behind as the others pounced towards him. "Huh." Huang Xiaoshan's eyes lit up. What a great opportunity. Those guys actually left their cleric behind. Wouldn't it be beautiful if he slipped past them and ambushed their cleric? Team Blue Rain had gone through this area, so Huang Xiaoshan had a grasp of it. He immediately had Troubling Rain dodge to the side and hide. To delay them, he could obviously just start fighting with Happy, but he would be stuck there too. The price for delaying them would be too high. Delaying them had to be done from a strategic standpoint. He couldn't let the opponents get a grasp on his intentions. For example, like how Huang Xiaoshan's Troubling Rain suddenly disappeared. Could Happy ignore him? Of course not. This opportunist might just suddenly bite at them when they let out an opening, and that little bite could be fatal too. Huang Xiaoshan's style was no secret. The opponents knew about it, so he would take advantage of it and have Happy divert more of their attention to his disappearance. "Huang Xiaoshan, why'd you leave? Then I won't send you off," Ye Xiu said in the public chat. "Wait, I haven't left yet, I'm following you guys," Huang Xiaoshan said. He indeed wasn't just having Troubling Rain sit there. Ye Xiu wasn't so easy to deal with. If he didn't pose a substantial threat, he wouldn't be able to get his attention. "Is that so? Then you'd better follow us closely. It'd be bad if you got lost and then by the time you found us, your teammates were all dead," Ye Xiu said. "No way, no way. I've played this map 800 times. I'm super familiar with it. I can close my eyes and still know the way. Do you know where I am right now? Ha ha ha. Aren't you right here?" Ye Xiu said as Lord Grim appeared in front of Troubling Rain. 800 times, super familiar. Ye Xiu sent a sneering emoji. Huang Xiaoshan knew the situation wasn't looking good. The other side had seen through his intentions and even deduced his path. In that case, Ye Xiu definitely wasn't here for a 1v1. He was planning on trapping him here. But then again, that's what I want. If he didn't leave such an opening, how could he lure Happy away? Huang Xiaoshan laughed coldly in his mind. Chapter 14:12, Reverse Stalling. Chapter 14:12, Reverse Stalling. Translator, Namyami Editor. Namyami Blue Rain had just walked past this area, so Huang Xiaoshan had an understanding of it. This was why he intentionally had Troubling Rain make a sneak attack from this position. Happy could surround and attack him, but that would be exactly what he wanted. Huang Xiaoshan had chosen this location because he was confident that they could not hold him here. However, he didn't dare force his way through Ye Xiu's Lord Grim. If he got entangled by his unspecialized, he might truly be stuck. As a result, when he saw Lord Grim appear in front of him and send a sneering emoji in the chat, Huang Xiaoshan quickly replied, "Oh no, I've been cut off by you." After saying these words, Troubling Rain turned around and ran away. "You think you can run?" Ye Xiu yelled. Lord Grim chased after him. Everything was going according to plan. He just wasn't sure what Happy's other members would do though. This was a part of Huang Xiaoshan's plans though. He needed to be in a truly dangerous situation. If his situation was too relaxed, it meant that trying to trap him would be without value. Why would the other side waste their time on him in that case? Opportunity came hand in hand with danger. The greater the opportunity, the greater the danger. As the most famous opportunist in glory, how could Huang Xiaoshan not know this? Boom, boom, boom. Artillery barrage suddenly came his way. As soon as Huang Xiaoshan heard the noise, he dodged. He didn't bother to see which direction the gunfire was coming from and had troubling rain roll twice. The explosions nearly scorched his back. The void sand sea was covered in fine sand. When the missiles exploded, the fine sand splashed in all directions like water. He dodged the attack with 2 rolls and also found Dancing Rain's position. Another one. Huang Xiaoshan quietly imagined the positions of the 2 happy characters and then made a decision. Over here. Troubling Rain switched directions and rushed towards the other end. From the time and the opposing characters' movement speed, he determined that this area should be an opening. Huang Xiaoshan was experienced. At this moment he was no longer bait. He truly needed to escape. If he made a mistake, he might really get caught by Happy and killed. What he needed to respond to was the long-ranged pursuit from Sima Cheng and Ye Xiu's highly mobile unspecialized. Huang Xiaoshan calculated in his head. But then at this moment a message from Ye Xiu suddenly popped up. "You're leaving. Then I won't send you off." "What?" Huang Xiaoshan was surprised, but the sounds of gunfire could still be heard behind him. He could not stop. He could only keep moving as he turned. From afar, Dancing Rain stood there with a cannon on her shoulders, her hair fluttering in the wind. Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm didn't give chase, but simply walked to Dancing Rain's side. Where was Fang Rui's Boundless Sea? Where was Kaio Yifen's 1-inch ash? Where was Wenyi's little cold hands? Huang Xiaoshan checked where the locations from which they could surround him, but he didn't see any signs of them. Behind. Impossible. The other side didn't have the speed to intercept him from this direction. So surrounding him was just a facade. Then where were Happy's other 3 players? They couldn't be fighting with their Blue Rain's 4 players, could they? 3v4. Where'd they get that sort of confidence from? If that were his intention, then wouldn't Ye Xiu have been saying too much? It would have given away his position. Ye Xiu wouldn't do that. This came from Huang Xiaoshan's deep-rooted understanding of Ye Xiu. He had no time to slowly ponder over it. Huang Xiaoshan immediately made a decision from his intuition. "So he's letting me go freely. Fine, then I'll go." Huang Xiaoshan didn't change Troubling Rain's route and continued to rush out in this direction until he couldn't see Lord Grimm and Dancing Rain behind him. Then he changed directions and picked a different route to come back. "I knew you'd come back." Not long afterwards, Lord Grimm once again appeared, cutting in front of him. A trap. Huang Xiaoshan was extremely perceptive. He had been prepared for a trap. When he saw Lord Grimm in front of him, he wasn't thinking about facing just one opponent, but rather 5. When Troubling Rain made his first step, he had carefully considered his surroundings. He didn't even blabber. He immediately had Troubling Rain choose a direction to rush out from. This was the best direction to make a sudden breakout from an encirclement from Happy. "Don't run. 1v1 me," Ye Xiu called out. "Who would believe you?" Huang Xiaoshan said, and had Troubling Rain run away. But then he didn't come across any obstacles. This isn't right. Even if this was the best direction to escape from, that didn't mean he should be able to escape this easily. This meant one thing: there were no ambushes set up here. It really was just Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm. Or could it be that they intentionally didn't ambush him to lure him back? Huang Xiaoshan never tired of making these sort of guesses. Glory was never just about mechanics. Using your brain was also important. Someone who could instantly make these sorts of clear judgments was no less terrifying than someone with a crazy 500 APM hand speed. Why was Blue Rain's Yu Wenzhou a top Glory player despite his abysmal hand speed? Because despite his hand speed shortcoming, he was extremely intelligent and could instantly make correct and careful decisions. If he went back, he might fall into their trap, but if he continued forward, he would achieve nothing. So he went back. Huang Xiaoshan's Troubling Rain once again circled back and tried to find another way to approach Happy and figure out their strategy. "How's it going?" At this moment, Yu Wenzhou asked about Huang Xiaoshan's situation. "There are 3 people who I haven't seen any signs of." Huang Xiaoshan knew that this match wasn't just a game. It wasn't the time to care about his reputation. He had yet to see Fang Rui, Kaya Yifan, and Nwenyi. A 3v4 didn't seem possible, but he should still remind the team to be careful. Blue Rain had no information on their whereabouts. Then, what's the current situation? Yu Wenzhou asked. I'm trying to find a way to investigate, Huang Xiaoshan replied. This area could already be considered as the border between Blue Rain's spawn location in the north region and the ancient city ruins in the eastern region. The terrain of both sides could be seen. Traces of the ancient ruins were scattered around in a fairly sparse little forest. From Ye Xiu's previous position, Huang Xiaoshan was able to guess his current movement direction. Troubling Rain traveled through the forest, checking his surroundings from time to time. It looks like this time I need to have some actual contact with them. Huang Xiaoshan thought to himself. His previous two actions had been on the cautious side because he hadn't dared to be rash. As soon as he saw Ye Xiu, he ran away. As a result, he wasn't able to figure out the opponent's actual situation. After those two times, Huang Xiaoshan was starting to suspect that the other side was planning on surrounding him. He needed to verify this point. The most direct method was to place himself in an even more dangerous situation and trigger the opponent's trap. Huang Xiaoshan did his best to remember the details of his surroundings. These might be places which he could use to escape from a thorny situation. All right, that should be enough. Time to run into them. Huang Xiaoshan had been visualizing the movements of Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm the entire time. He guessed that he should meet him around here unless Lord Grimm had been chasing after Troubling Rain, which clearly wasn't the case. Over there, a figure flashed. Huang Xiaoshan could tell that it was Lord Grimm. He checked his surroundings and then had Troubling Rain quickly rush forward. Triple slash. Troubling Rain moved diagonally, blue light flickering. With a flash, he reached Lord Grimm. Earthquake sword. Lord Grimm immediately drew his sword from the myriad manifestations umbrella and attacks back. The two swords clashed, spinning wind around them. The ground of this little forest still had fine sand scattered about. The earthquake sword swept the sand up, forming exquisite ripples. Huang Xiaoshan didn't have the time to appreciate the beauty. He had forcefully canceled his triple slash. With a stride, he blocked Lord Grimm's path and swung his sword with a sword draw. Dong! Lord Grimm lifted his sword in front of him and blocked the attack using guard. Huang Xiaoshan didn't hastily follow up. He wasn't here to win. His goal was to figure out Happy's strategy. When he had blocked Lord Grimm, he had been paying attention to his surroundings. Were Happy's other characters rushing out to surround him? No. Even Suma Cheng, who had been with Ye Xiu, was nowhere to be seen. 4v4. Were they planning on attacking the rest of Blue Rain in the ancient ruins? Ignoring how Happy had figured out Blue Rain's location, Huang Xiaoshan was about to remind his team when Ye Xiu said, "You're not running away this time. Have they surrounded me?" Huang Xiaoshan subconsciously looked to the left and right. Bastard, another bluff. Huang Xiaoshan cursed inwardly and immediately messaged his teammates. Happy might be coming over, careful. On this side, Ye Xiu continued. What are you looking around for? Did you think you've been surrounded? You're too arrogant. You think we need to surround you to finish you off. Aren't I alone enough? Box 1. Huang Xiaoshan thought to himself, but immediately disregarded it. Box 1 wasn't suitable against Blue Rain because their Blue Rain's ace player, Huang Xiaoshan, was different from other core players. Box 1's intentions was to drag an important opponent away from the rest of the team. However, Huang Xiaoshan was already away from his team. Wasn't trying to drag him away pointless. On the contrary, if Ye Xiu was held onto by Huang Xiaoshan, that would be more harmful to Happy. No. In a 4v4, Blue Rain wouldn't lose to just anyone because they were too used to having one less Huang Xiaoshan in a fight. They would often be defending against 5-4. A pure 4v4 would be even easier. But how could Ye Xiu not understood such obvious logic? What was Happy trying to do? Huang Xiaoshan discovered that his investigation was a complete failure. Wait, Complete failure. Huang Xiaoshan suddenly noticed. Happy is stalling us. By stalling me, they're giving away their movements. Yes, that's it. Huang Xiaoshan felt gloomy. He had been trying to stall the enemy, but in the end, it was the enemy who had stalled him. Chapter 1413 Pursuit Chapter 1413 Pursuit Translator Namyami Editor Namyami Huang Xiaoshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he discovered the truth. As it turned out, the whole situation had been very straightforward. He tried to stall Happy, but Happy obviously wasn't going to let him. Happy ended up stalling him and prevented him from scouting. This was just a regular action-reaction. Maybe there was an encirclement before, but not now. Happy definitely had their own strategy, but this strategy wasn't tailored against Huang Xiaoshan. Rather, they needed to hide it from him. Now, Happy has succeeded. Huang Xiaoshan did not manage to gain a single shred of information on Happy's movement. His scouting resulted in complete failure. Keep your eyes peeled for Happy's movements. Huang Xiaoshan could only remind his teammates like this. Even though Happy's Ye Xiu didn't seem like a big threat now, if they dared to make this kind of arrangement, there must be a reason behind it. How about you? The other side asked. I'm being annoyed by a fly, replied Huang Xiaoshan. Bang! In the time it took him to send that message, Lord Grimm's attack arrived yet again. The battle mage's sky strike came flying. The spear traveled in a graceful diagonal arc. If this was in the PvE portions of the game, Ye Xiu would never miss this strike. But Huang Xiaoshan wasn't at the same level as a mob's AI. The sword Ice Rain was propped accurately in the path of the myriad manifestation umbrella, and the two weapons clashed. The two both carried the air of elite pro players and smoothly transitioned into a backwards leap. The distance between them widened. Again. Collapsing mountain. Troubling Rain had only taken a small, half-step backwards when he immediately struck again with his sword. However, Ye Xiu's awareness and control didn't lose out to Huang Xiaoshan's. Lord Grimm's backward leap also consisted of a small half-step. As the collapsing mountain bore down on him, Lord Grimm rolled to the side. Huang Xiaoshan wanted to forcefully change the sword's attack angle, but he saw that Lord Grimm has directly rolled out of range of what he could reach even if he altered his attack direction. Ye Xiu wasn't Mo Fan, after all. The two had an understanding of each other. Ye Xiu's dodge even accounted for any variations that Huang Xiaoshan could produce. Mid-roll and at half-crouch, Lord Grimm pointed his myriad manifestations umbrella, which was already raised with the tip pointed outwards. The dark, hollow muzzle of the gun flashed with light, accompanied by the sound of a gunshot and a flying bullet. Bang! The bullet had hit a hard object, and sparks flew everywhere. Ice Rain was vibrating and ringing from the impact. The whole stadium was in uproar. He blocked a shot from that distance. What kind of insane reaction and control was that? Not bad with your luck, Ye Xiu said. It's called skill, Huang Xiaoshan retorted. Truthfully, he knew that previous block was quite fortuitous. Then what about this? Boom, boom, boom. Anti-tank missiles. 3 artillery shells shot out, one after the other. The explosions dealt damage in an area. You would receive a face full of ashes even if you blocked it. Thus, Huang Xiaoshan chose not to block, but instead had Troubling Rain directly use Formless Phantom Blade. Intertwining swordlight instantly flickered out, followed by 3 flaming flashes. The anti-tank missiles were unexpectedly hacked to pieces by Huang Xiaoshan's use of a high-level skill. Even though there would be some splash damage, it would not hinder his advance. The swordlight was not impeded in the slightest by the explosions and had already crisscrossed towards Lord Grimm. Swish! The myriad manifestations umbrella instantly opened up. Ye Xiu had no way to dodge the countless strikes of this high-level skill, so he could only defend. The umbrella's shield form was light and had low resistance to knockback. Under the hurricane-like effects of Formless Phantom Blade, Lord Grimm slid backwards, carving out 2 grooves in the sand with his feet. For the final strike of formless phantom blade, all the sword light gathered into a bundle and struck out. Myriad manifestation umbrella's canopy looked like it was about to fold in on itself. This hit that had a powerful knock-up effect was transformed into backwards momentum by the shield's resistance. Lord Grim looked like he was surfing on the sand. His 2 feet continued to send sand flying as he rapidly slid backwards. Formless phantom blade had long ending lag, so unfortunately Huang Xiaoshan couldn't follow up and immediately pursue his target. By the time Troubling Rain could perform an action again, Lord Grim was also pretty much done sliding. The umbrella's canopy closed and bullets swept out from Gatling gun. Huang Xiaoshan spotted a half-wall next to him and immediately rolled behind it to take cover. The bullets sent rocky fragments flying wildly as they struck the wall. Huang Xiaoshan listened carefully to the rhythm of the bullets hitting the wall. If it sped up, that meant Lord Grim was getting closer. But right now, it sounded like the time between each shot hitting the wall was increasing. That meant Ye Xiu was probably controlling Lord Grim to retreat. Charge! Troubling Rain immediately jumped out from behind the wall. As expected, he saw Lord Grim retreating while shooting. When he saw Troubling Rain shoot out from his cover, he hastily adjusted his muzzle towards him. But Huang Xiaoshan didn't stop controlling his character, who swiftly rushed forth and left a string of bullets behind him. Triple slash. Blade Master's most commonly used movement skill was used once again. 1, 2, 3 slashes. 3 slashes, 3 changes in direction. Troubling Rain cut a beautiful arc and managed to arrive next to Lord Grim while dodging all his shots. Beautiful. Even Ye Xiu praised him. Then Lord Grim threw out a grenade while Troubling Rain performed the 3rd slash of triple slash. The grenade grazed past the sword light, while Huang Xiaoshan rushed forward. Boom! The explosion completely engulfed the top half of Troubling Rain's body. However, grenades were a low-level Spitfire skill, and the knockback was mediocre. The explosion could only slow Troubling Rain down by a fraction as he moved forward with 3 sword slashes. Even though half of Troubling Rain's body was still covered in dying flames and ashes, he still smartly completed the beautiful arc trajectory of his triple slash. Just looking at damage alone, this grenade couldn't even come close to the damage that Troubling Rain dealt by piling slashes onto the myriad manifestation umbrella's shield from formless phantom blade. But comparing the visual effects of both attacks, Troubling Rain looked much worse. Anyone would say that Huang Xiaoshan would be feeling more frustrated in this situation. However, Huang Xiaoshan did not have this third-person view, so he was still upbeat. He was content when he saw that he had not received much damage and that his triple slash had not been interrupted. He didn't care that the top half of his body might still be on fire while ice rain slashed out again. Lunge! Troubling Rain slid forward 1 step, and 2 sword lights rapidly shot out. Pop, pop! Their 2 swords crossed again, but Huang Xiaoshan immediately knew that something was wrong. Lord Grim was far too stiff, and the health drop after taking the hit was also off. It was a shadow clone. Huang Xiaoshan realized instantly. He quickly scanned around and saw that Lord Grim was already a few units away. He was moving while periodically looking back to check on Troubling Rain. He really wanted to get away. Huang Xiaoshan had Troubling Rain follow while contemplating calculatively. Lord Grim was charging towards the ancient ruins. Was he preparing to rendezvous with his team? Did that mean that whatever setup Happy had prepared was already in place? Found anything odd? Huang Xiaoshan quickly asked. Nothing, Yu Wenzhou replied. Ye Xiu is coming from my direction, Huang Xiaoshan said. Oh, how'd the fight go? Yu Wenzhou continued to reply. It seemed that side didn't see any action, otherwise Yu Wenzhou would not have time to spare for typing. Unfortunately, I couldn't discover what high-level skills he's attached to his umbrella, Huang Xiaoshan said. His fight with Ye Xiu still had this kind of intention. In the group arena, Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm had only displayed gun form non-basic skills such as laser cannon. Blue Rain had no idea what else he was hiding, which was disadvantageous to them in the team competition. Huang Xiaoshan wanted to bait some high-level skills out from the umbrella if he could, given the rare opportunity of meeting one-on-one in the team competition. In the end, he didn't know whether Ye Xiu held the skills back on purpose, but what mattered was that this exchange was worthless. "Which area are you in now?" Huang Xiaoshan asked. "The region at 89-157, Yu Wenzhou replied. "Roger, I'll try and herd Ye Xiu over. You guys get ready," Huang Xiaoshan said. "Be careful of the rest of Happy." "Will do." After completing this conversation, Huang Xiaoshan quickly switched to the global chat. "Where do you think you're going?" he yelled out. However, Huang Xiaoshan would not have an advantage if he really wanted to chase like this. Huang Xiaoshan talked big, but Ye Xiu had seemingly decided not to fight with him any longer. After some movement skills such as Shining Cut and Colliding Stab had been used, he turned a corner and vanished without a trace. "Fuck me. So direct." Huang Xiaoshan was a bit confused. He knew that no class could compete with the unspecialized Lord Grimm in movement options. But he also said he would herd Ye Xiu towards Yu Wenzhou, precisely because he didn't expect Ye Xiu to escape from him so directly. Ye Xiu's dirty playstyle was in his mind, and he was obviously trying to lure him into some kind of trap or ambush. Huang Xiaoshan planned to observe carefully while chasing, in an attempt to lure his opponent in instead. Ye Xiu ended up simply ignoring him and running away. Target lost temporarily. Huang Xiaoshan could only report the truth to his team. "What? That guy ran away. You guys be careful, maybe they're preparing to attack now," Huang Xiaoshan said. "You too, maybe they'll use you as an opening," Yu Wenzhou said. If only. Huang Xiaoshan came to scout and did not get the attention he wanted. Ye Xiu and Su Macheng scared him together, and then only Ye Xiu stayed. He wished that Happy would treat him to a more grand welcome. Huang Xiaoshan moved towards the wall that Lord Grimm had disappeared behind. Huang Xiaoshan quickly approached and then slowed down when he got closer, keeping a safe distance. Then he darted forward while slashing out. The sword slashed empty air. There was no one behind the wall. Ye Xiu only used the wall as cover and was now nowhere to be seen. But he couldn't have gotten too far. Huang Xiaoshan looked around and observed possible locations that Ye Xiu could have run off to. To avoid being discovered by a pursuer, Lord Grimm could only have gone in one direction. Charge forward, leave a safe gap. Change direction -4/. He still slashed air, but this time he got a grand welcome. Chi bullet. The attack came from Fang Rui's Boundless Sea. That slash hit nothing because Boundless Sea had dodged out of the way and immediately counterattacked. No one was better than this kind of dirty play than Fang Rui. Chapter 1414, Double-Edged Bait. Chapter 1414, Double-Edged Bait. Translator, Namyumi. Editor, Namyumi. Roll. Troubling Rain rolled towards the left, dodging the sneaky Chi bullet from Boundless Sea. In the split second that he rolled, the front, back, left, and right were all quickly swept over by Huang Xiaoshan as he quickly adjusted his camera angle. He'd already traversed the terrain before, so he had already visualized possible locations for an ambush. So now, Huang Xiaoshan only needed to confirm where the enemy was and where he could break through from. Of course, informing his teammates of his circumstances was also of utmost importance. Encounter. In the short time it took to complete one roll, Huang Xiaoshan had accomplished many objectives. However, his opponent, Fang Rui, didn't drop the matter so quickly. Spiral Chi kill. Fang Rui's Chi master was always in a vulgar-looking half-squat posture, so the angle of his attacks was very different from traditional Chi masters. Many of his skills were used in an underhanded manner or from low angles. This time, before Troubling Rain had the chance to get up from his roll, He saw Boundless Sea brandish his fists, surrounded by clouds of twisting qi, and directly began to attack him. Roll again. Huang Xiaoshan didn't have any other option and could only have Troubling Rain roll once more to dodge the attack. At the same moment, he launched his own counterattack. Sword draw. The sword light flew out in the middle of Troubling Rain's roll. This technique was easy to perform in theory, but if a normal player were to try, the attack would probably end up slashing into the ground 8 times out of 10. The sword light chopped out. In the end, what everyone saw was Boundless Sea suddenly flat on the floor, resulting in the sword light harmlessly flying over his head. Afterwards, he raised his butt and thrust his hands forwards. Surprisingly, resplendent qi suddenly gathered on his palms, and in this way a flash burst was sent out. It was truly unsightly. Team Blue Rain was very inclusive and as such, had many bizarre players. Huang Xiaoshan was calm in the face of such bizarre sights, especially since he wasn't a particularly tasteful character either. But when it came to this fighting posture of Fang Rui's Qi Master, he still had some difficulty looking straight at it. This kind of a posture appearing from a Qi Master was truly too unfitting. It was no wonder that Fang Rui had been quickly tossed aside in this season's All-Star voting. The transfer of Boundless Sea was already a painful scar, but to top it off, the transformation of the character was so hideous, making it even more painful to look at. Whether it was those who enjoyed Fang Rui's dirty playstyle, or those who had some attachment to the Qi Master Boundless Sea, when they saw this kind of a fighting style, they would tremble uncontrollably, unable to cast such a vote. But still, no matter how unsightly it was, dealing with it was still extremely troublesome. Because this fighting style violated all common sense, gauging Fang Rui's attacks proved to be more difficult. For instance, when he had suddenly went prone on the floor and then suddenly cast a flash burst just now, such a move had never been used before by any Qi Master in the 10 years of Glory's history. How could one guard against such a move? Huang Xiaoshan completely relied on his extraordinary reaction speed and inputs, forcing Troubling Rain to roll one more time to dodge the attack. In the few moments that these characters had exchanged blows, after the first time that Huang Xiaoshan's Troubling Rain rolled to dodge an attack, he unexpectedly not had another chance to stand up, and was stuck rolling on the floor. This kind of rolling left and right was something that Fang Rui was very familiar with, but other people weren't. Huang Xiaoshan was suddenly forced into a passive position, and on top of that, Fang Rui wasn't the only person in the area. What about Ye Xiu? Sima Cheng, Kaio Yifan. Just now he hadn't seen a single one of them, but that didn't mean that they weren't hiding in one corner or another. What about behind this rock? As he frantically rolled to dodge Boundless Sea's attack, Huang Xiaoshan spotted a huge rock that Troubling Rain had brushed past, and his heart tightened. With their omniscient point of view, the spectators had an even better understanding of what was going on. In the stadium, Happy's fans were already brimming with anticipation for the next scene, and their cheers had already been prepared, but Sword's divine judgment. Unexpectedly, in the same instant that Troubling Rain brushed past the rock, Huang Xiaoshan used the Blade Master's awakening skill. Swing. A sound like a sword leaving its sheath rang out, and sword qi flew out in a circle around him. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim was indeed hiding behind the rock, but Huang Xiaoshan's willingness to burn a powerful awakening skill to protect against a counterattack was beyond most people's expectations. Any attack would be interrupted by the stun from the sword qi of Sword's divine judgment, so Ye Xiu had no choice but to raise the myriad manifestation umbrella, using the shield form to receive the stun effect from the skill. Immediately afterwards, Troubling Rain rolled again, unexpectedly heading towards Lord Grim, who was behind the rock. With this change of direction, he had actually managed to temporarily shake off Boundless Sea, who had been chasing and attacking him the whole way. Huang Xiaoshan finally had Troubling Rain stand up and straighten himself, but the mountain pass that stood in his way was not easy to get past. Falling Flower Palm. In the same instant that the umbrella was closed, Lord Grimm sent a falling flower palm towards his opponent. In front was Lord Grimm, behind was Boundless Sea. Falling Flower Palm had a long range and significant knockback. If he wanted to dodge, there was no time, and whether he parried or blocked, he couldn't prevent being knocked back. In this moment, almost everyone felt that Huang Xiaoshan really had no options left, and in the end, Immortal guides the way. The Blade Master skill, Immortal guides the way, had a strong knockback effect, and if one were to compare, it was significantly stronger than Falling Flower Palm's effect. But with the distance between the two characters now, and with Falling Flower Palm already being used, could Immortal Guides the Way be fast enough? It could. In that tiny window of opportunity, Troubling Rain unexpectedly succeeded in performing Immortal Guides the Way, something that was inconceivable to many people. Even if Huang Xiaoshan's hand speed had exploded, there was still the restriction of the character's attributes and the skill's properties. At this moment, this move shouldn't have been completed on time, right? Sword's Divine Judgment. At the end of the day, Li Yibo's insight was still much stronger than that of the majority of people. The reason why Immortal Guides the Way was completed in time was because of the Sword's Divine Judgment before it. Sword's Divine Judgment didn't actually rely on that circle of sword chi to deal damage. Instead, it was a transformation skill, enhancing the state of the Blade Master's sword skills. Under normal circumstances, no matter how fast the hand's speed, Immortal Guides the Way wouldn't have completed in time, but with the support of the state from Sword's Divine Judgment, everything had changed. So that's what it is. Pan Lin's response was a little slower, only reacting after Li Yibo had finished his explanation, and in that moment he felt heartfelt admiration. Admiration for Li Yibo realizing what had happened before him, and even greater admiration for Huang Xiaoshan, who had made such a precise judgment in that instant. But no matter how precise the judgment, it was no match for sheer numbers. Immortal Guides the Way had broken Lord Grimm's Falling Flower Palm, but immediately afterwards, Huang Xiaoshan found that the position Troubling Rain was in unexpectedly had phantom ghost power pulsing, with faint blue snowflakes falling. It was an ice boundary. Triple slash. There wasn't time to consider the situation more, so Huang Xiaoshan immediately had Troubling Rain use triple slash. The enhancement from Sword's Divine Judgment also had an effect on triple slash, making the sword light sharper and faster than normal. Troubling Rain immediately withdrew from that spot, and as expected, an ice boundary took form, creating falling snow within its range. It looked beautiful, but Huang Xiaoshan had absolutely no intentions of letting Troubling Rain get anywhere close to it. The Phantom Demon had already made his move, but what about the others? His camera angle spun quickly, and he saw Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm and Fang Rui's Boundless Sea already charging towards him again, but he couldn't see where Caio Yifen's 1-inch ash was. What a pain! Huang Xiaoshan hesitated a little, wondering whether or not to ask his teammates to rescue him. Those four had painstakingly surveyed the battlefield, picked an area, and then finished deploying over there. According to Huang Xiaoshan's original plan, he wanted to make himself the bait and lure Happy over to that area, engaging in a decisive battle there. But now, as the bait, it seemed as if he might not be able to escape the net that Happy had prepared for him. Not being able to find Caio Yifen's 1-inch ash meant that Happy could hide away and keep placing ghost boundaries, and eventually, Troubling Rain would be tied down by one of them, trapping him in the area. At that time, if he were to call for help, it would be even more troublesome. In order to help him escape, his team would definitely suffer great losses. But even if he were to call for help now, what good would it do? If they were to leave the area where they had set up, Blue Rain's earlier deployment would have been wasted. On top of that, Happy also had the appropriate arrangements in their area. Trapping Troubling Rain was likely meant to force Blue Rain to show themselves, engaging in a decisive battle on Happy's terms. The crux of this game was to see who could lead the other team into their own territory. Huang Xiaoshan was the bait, but he was the bait for both teams. Happy wanted to trap him, thus forcing Blue Rain to move to them to engage in a decisive battle, while Blue Rain was counting on Huang Xiaoshan to be able to escape, instead leading Happy towards the area in which they had set up. He couldn't call for help. If he did, they'd be walking right into Happy's trap. But even if Huang Xiaoshan didn't call for help, someone else had already done it for him. Everyone come and help. Huang Xiaoshan is going to get killed. Windward formation. Wei Chen. Huang Xiaoshan saw the name of the person who had sent the message and could only stare blankly. Was Happy using this tactic again? Swapping out their sixth player when no one was looking, without any way for the opponents to figure out who their last player was. Lord Grim, Boundless Sea, 1-inch Ash, Windward formation. They knew for a fact that Happy had these 4 characters in the battlefield. Who was the last one? Was it Suma Cheng's Dancing Rain or in Wenny's Little Cold Hands? Common sense dictated that it couldn't be the cleric that was switched out, especially in the playoffs, where cautiousness was of the utmost importance. But still, Happy couldn't be predicted using common sense. What tactics did they not dare to use? On top of that, Happy's cleric had always been viewed as their weakest link, and they often used him as bait, designing traps to protect their cleric while killing off their opponents. Swapping out their cleric was a tactic that they were well accustomed to using. What protection could be better than throwing their cleric to the safety of the 6th player's seat? What on earth was their lineup? He couldn't tell just by looking, so Huang Xiaoshan could only charge forth, using this to determine Happy's true team composition. As for the support zone, it wasn't close by, meaning that they couldn't change their lineup whenever they wanted. If he could determine that Happy didn't have a healer, disrupting their formation, and having the whole team engage in a decisive battle, there was certainly an option. What's the situation like? At this time, Yu Wenzhou sent a message in Blue Rain's team chat, probably in response to Wei Chen's cry for help on his behalf. "Get ready to attack," Huang Xiaoshan said, relaying his coordinates. "They may not have a healer in their current lineup. No healer, they really have guts." Yu Wenzhou sighed emotionally. As he had anticipated, if Happy wanted to have any real achievements in the playoffs, they couldn't play by the book. If they really had to face against a team head-on in an open field, Yu Wenzhou believed that Happy might not be able to win against any team that had made it into the playoffs. Any of these teams' tactics and coordination would be far more mature than that of Team Happy. So Happy had to be extraordinary, and only then could they achieve victory. So, what's your extraordinary move? Yu Wenzhou had constantly been thinking about this question. Chapter 14:15, One Step, One Blade, One Kill. Chapter 14:15. One Step, One Blade, One Kill. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami Huang Xiaoshan, without a doubt, was the busiest person on the field right now. Ye Xiu and Fang Rui's combined offensive wasn't something that anyone in the entire glory scene could deal with without struggle, and Huang Xiaoshan also had to guard against possible attacks from other characters. Happy's Ghostblade 1-inch Ash hadn't made any moves since unleashing that ice boundary. However, this just made things more scary. With Huang Xiaoshan on guard, if he struck once more, then Huang Xiaoshan would definitely be able to lock onto his position and deal with him. However, if he refused to strike, then he could be anywhere. No matter where Huang Xiaoshan had his character go, he had to carefully be on guard for a ghost boundary. There was also Wei Chen's windward formation. Where were they? Huang Xiaoshan had no idea. A message sent into the chat wouldn't reveal anything about a character's position. Warlocks were talented at CCing. In the current situation, if Troubling Rain was hit by a Warlock CC, then he would certainly be wiped out. Thus, these characters that weren't in sight were also the ones that Huang Xiaoshan had to watch out for the most. 2 in hot pursuit, 2 hidden away, and they didn't even know if the 5th character was a launcher or a cleric. It seemed like Happy was set on making sure Huang Xiaoshan failed in his reconnaissance on them, patiently stalling with him. 20% of Troubling Rain's health had already been chipped away. Against the team of Ye Xiu and Fang Rui, no one in the alliance could deal with them without taking any damage. Huang Xiaoshan ran even as he fought, but he didn't find any sign of Happy's 3 other members. Instead, he gained a far better understanding of the surrounding terrain. Playing hide and seek with me, huh? Huang Xiaoshan was certain that Happy's other members were around here, just hidden. These ambushers would only shine when the rest of Blue Rain arrived. Huang Xiaoshan purposefully exposed an opening under the Ye Xiu and Fang Rui's joint assault, taking a huge risk to try and tempt the other 3 into acting. However, Happy's members managed to resist this temptation. There was no point in continuing like this. If his attention slipped even just for a moment, he might be wiped out by these 2. To stall them, Huang Xiaoshan had broken through the limits of his focus and was already beginning to feel himself on the verge of slipping. No one had infinite focus. Having to deal with a joint assault from 2 all-star players while also keeping an eye out for attacks from hidden assailants. The fact that Troubling Rain was still alive was already pushing past the limits of Huang Xiaoshan's ability. Unfortunately, even now, Huang Xiaoshan still hadn't managed to figure out anything. He was being overwhelmed, and Happy was too well prepared. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to use Happy's tactics against them anymore. It was quite a shame. However, if he tried to lure them to where Blue Rain was waiting, would they fall for it? Just these 2 were extremely sharp players. Huang Xiaoshan kept his eyes locked on the 2 characters in front of him. If this continued, he would be wiped out. He had maintained a defensive stance, struggling even as he made it seem like he was trying to run. Putting on airs like this wouldn't get him any information about how decisively these 2 had locked onto him. However, if he really tried to run now, would he succeed? Huang Xiaoshan had been feeling rather exhausted, but now excitement once again burned within him. He enjoyed finding those infinitesimal opportunities in the most dangerous of situations, and then personally expanding on such a possibility. That sort of rush was the best kind of rush. Then, Formless Phantom Blade. Troubling Rain's wrist flicked, suddenly activating a powerful skill. Stalling, testing, reconnaissance, but at the same time, Huang Xiaoshan was also making preparations. He was creating the illusion of having no way to fight back, hiding the opportunities he had in order to secure an escape route for himself. Yet, he was up against 2 old opponents who were very familiar with his style. It wouldn't be easy to keep his intentions hidden from both of them at once. Then, could he do it? It was time for him to see. Huang Xiaoshan was practically vibrating with his excitement. You could even say that this was exactly what he had been eagerly anticipating, the moment where he would break through the barrier the 2 had created and successfully escape. Sword light flashed, and this powerful skill was, in fact, activated while Troubling Rain was sprinting forwards. This was like shooting a target while on the move, and it made the mechanics and control of the blade even more complex. Ye Xiu and Fang Rui were both experienced veterans. They wouldn't retreat in fear of the power of a high-leveled skill. They would look for openings, waiting for an opportunity to strike. So no matter how challenging the situation, their mechanics wouldn't waver. Wavering meant defeat. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Arc after arc of elegant sword light flashed through the air, crisscrossing and descending upon Lord Grim and boundless sea. One step and how many blades? Many were focused on this. Executing formless phantom blade while on the move wasn't a technique unique to Huang Xiaoshan, and the way people judged skill with this technique was by how many blades per step. Some people could execute 3 blades per step, some 4 and a few 5, or somewhere between these numbers. In reality, a higher number didn't necessarily mean more skilled, because this wasn't a competition of hand speed, but efficiency. The ideal effect of a mobile formless phantom blade was 1 step, 1 kill. That's right. 1 step, 1 kill, that was the true goal of this technique. The executed number of blades per step was just a way to accomplish that. If a single blade could complete this kill, then that would be the best. The less blades used, the more blades there were to continue the next step, the next kill. 1 step, 1 blade, 1 kill. That was the highest realm one could reach for this technique. Then with one of Troubling Rain's steps, how many blades did he need to accomplish 1 kill? That was what everyone was focused on. 6 blades. Troubling Rain had executed 6 blades on the first step. His hand speed was admirable, but using 6 blades wasn't all what impressive. It wasn't impressive, but it was understandable. He was fighting 1 against 2, and against Ye Xiu and Fang Rui as well. In reality, being able to accomplish this 1 kill was already impressive enough. 1 kill naturally didn't mean a 1-hit KO. It simply meant to strike and successfully deal damage to an opponent with this step, or force them back. Either would count as a kill. There was no way Ye Xiu and Fang Rui would so easily sustain damage in a 2-on-1. Lord Grim and Boundless Sea both chose to retreat, but it was a feigned retreat. These 2 tricky bastards. Huang Xiaoshan saw through it immediately, so when everyone had thought Troubling Rain was executing 6 blades in this 1 step, he added another 2. 1 step, 8 blades. This record was rather appalling. Formless Phantom Blade was usually 10 blades max for each execution of the skill, and now Troubling Rain had already executed 8 blades. How could this even count as the 1 step, 1 blade, 1 kill technique? He was just standing there and spamming DPS. Normal players wouldn't understand the importance of these 2 blades. Ye Xiu and Fang Rui were both purposefully exposing openings, trying to bait him. Yet it was with these 2 blades that Huang Xiaoshan managed to cover up his openings and fully complete his 1 step, 8 blades. Continue. Troubling Rain advanced again. 1 step out and 2 more blades after the previous 2. 1 step, 2 blades, 1 kill. That step was truly impressive. Though it was 2 blades, there was no point nitpicking at that. Huang Xiaoshan was against 2 opponents after all. Maybe for others 1 step, 1 blade was enough, but he needed 2 blades. It was far too unfair to ask him to fight off 2 opponents with 1 blade. After 1 step came another. After 2 blades came another 2. 12 blades. Many people were keeping careful count. Currently, for Formless Phantom Blade, Liu Xiaobi held the record at 15 blades. Normal pros could usually reach 13 blades, which meant that after the 12 blades should come the finishing blow. However, Huang Xiaoshan's situation wouldn't give him the opportunity to execute this finishing blow. The last blade was the strongest, but after this blade there was a long ending lag, too long for him. Huang Xiaoshan wasn't in a good position right now, so he didn't dare do something with such a long ending lag. This final blade of Formless Phantom Blade was something he couldn't afford to execute in his 1 step, 1 blade, 1 kill. So that would mean that the path Troubling Rain had cut out for himself with each blade ended here. However, it didn't seem like the 2 characters he was facing had retreated enough. So it wasn't finished yet. 1 step, 2 blades, 1 kill. 14 blades. It was only 1 blade away from Liu Xiaobi's record of 15, but this was during movement, during 1 step, 1 blade, 1 kill. It needed sharper judgment and more mechanics, yet Huang Xiaoshan had completed 14 blades under these circumstances. Even though it was Happy's stadium and Happy's fans, they couldn't help but admire Huang Xiaoshan. Getting half his health smashed by a tree wasn't enough to erase the fact that he was still a top god. Breakthrough. With formless phantom blades, one step, one blade, one kill technique, Huang Xiaoshan had managed to break through Ye Xiu and Fang Rui's harassment. Since he didn't execute the finishing blade, there wasn't an ending lag. Troubling Rain's Ice Rain swung, about to execute a triple slash and escape, yet that was when a message popped up in the global chat. "You guys are worthless. You got shook off like that." Windward formation, Wei Chen. Was he going to strike? Huang Xiaoshan's heart thudded. Wei Chen's message was timed too well. It was clear that he had been attentively watching the situation over here. That meant that Windward formation's attack was probably already on its way over by now, right? This triple slash might just be slashing right into their trap. Huang Xiaoshan made this immediate judgment when the message appeared, and this triple slash's path was forcibly turned away from the perfect arc he had planned out, swerving and making a Z shape. Whoosh! A dark purple light flashed by out of nowhere, curling around the air, the head of the light merging with the tail, and then vanishing. Huang Xiaoshan's heart pounded from the close call. That was the warlock's binding curse. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, Troubling Rain would have been tied up by that. "What do you mean? We purposefully gave you a shot at him, you know." In the chat, Fang Rui replied to Wei Chen, "Look at what wonderful people we are, giving you a chance to show off in front of your disciple. Where's your gratitude?" Ye Xiu added. "Fine, thank you, you dumbasses," Wei Chen retorted. The audience watched on, dumbstruck. Happy's intimate atmosphere was quite something. Chapter 14:16, Aid Chapter 14:16. Aid Translator, Namyami Editor, Namyami. So in the end, did Ye Xiu and Fang Rui fail to stop Huang Xiaoshan, or did they purposefully lead Huang Xiaoshan into Wei Chen's attack range? Pan Lin looked at Li Yibo. Li Yibo looked at the sky. Ye Xiu, Fang Rui, and Wei Chen's trash talking had completely disrupted his judgment. He rarely dared to make comments on Happy's actions, and now he was even more afraid to speak up. It wasn't just the commentator and guest whose judgments were disrupted, but also Huang Xiaoshan himself. Was it a trap? No matter how confident someone was, they would inevitably have such uncertainties at times like this. The path he had planned out for triple slash immediately became foggy. If Windward formation was hiding there, then Kaio Yifen's 1-inch ash or Suma Cheng's dancing rain might be ready to ambush him too. Would a ghost boundary suddenly appear in front, or would cannon fire envelop the area? Huang Xiaoshan, the expert opportunist, conducted himself resolutely, but in this moment he began to hesitate. However, there was no other way out. Ye Xiu and Fang Rui were closing in from behind, so no matter what was waiting for him ahead, he had to try. In that moment, Huang Xiaoshan understood that he had probably really fallen into their trap, or perhaps he had made a move that forced his opponents to move their pieces. Either way, he wasn't in a good situation at all. It seemed like he'd have to wait and see if there was an opportunity to act. Triple slash continued forth, Troubling Rain's form merging with the sword light around him. However, Huang Xiaoshan couldn't solely focus on the path ahead, because the two behind him both had ranged skills, so Huang Xiaoshan had to make sure to guard his own back as well. He turned around. Speak of the devil. Boundless Sea raised his hands, forming a loose grab. This was the position for Cloud-Grasping Fist. As a blade master, Huang Xiaoshan had no way of interrupting it, and it wasn't going to be easy dodging Cloud-Grasping Fist at this range. The Cloud-Grasping Fist's chi energy had yet to fully form. Everything could only be determined from the moment the skill was fired. In that moment, the Chi Master would have to use their hands to form the skill, and that was also when the direction of the Cloud-Grasping Fist would be locked. As for Lord Grimm, the myriad manifestations umbrella was held parallel to the ground. the umbrella tip drawn back and energy gathered at the mouth of gun that was exposed. He was using the launcher skill set into the myriad manifestations umbrella's gun form, laser rifle. It was a charged shot too. That was when Huang Xiaoshan noticed a change in lighting. He spared a moment to look upwards, seeing dark purple clouds gathering overhead, getting thicker and thicker. Warlock skill Chaotic Rain was prepared to fall. Even as skilled as Huang Xiaoshan was, he was at a bit of a loss as to what to do in this situation. Ye Xiu, Fang Rui, Wei Chen. The three characters simultaneously attacked, and none of these skills were instant. One was charged, the other two cast, and they were all placed clearly in front of him. Three skills, which would activate first and which would activate later. Not even Huang Xiaoshan could figure that out. Preparing their attacks so openly like that, it didn't have the abruptness of instant attacks, but it created huge psychological pressure. Even with his incredible reaction speed, their little trick had Huang Xiaoshan struggling. It's coming. Boundless Sea's hands suddenly slammed closed and cloud-grasping fists' invisible chi energy flew out. But at the same time, the muzzle of Lord Grimm's myriad manifestations umbrella flashed, laser rifle roaring out. However, the moment the laser shot forth, Lord Grimm shook the muzzle a little. This small detail had Huang Xiaoshan unable to figure out where the laser rifle was actually aimed. What a bastard! Huang Xiaoshan was so harried that he could only trash talk to himself. Roll. Troubling rain rolled across the ground, but Huang Xiaoshan had no idea if he could really dodge all of these attacks. By now, he was acting entirely according to his instinct. Boom! Laser rifle brushed by, a miss. As for Boundless Sea's cloud-grasping fist, it had been fully completed by now, and Troubling Rain's form was still within range. Cloud-grasping fist missed as well. Huang Xiaoshan felt his spirits soar, but then suddenly there was a light splash sound that came from Troubling Rain's shoulder. Like an omen, it was followed by a relentless downpour of rain. Cursed purple droplets of chaotic rain splashed onto the ground in Troubling Rain. In the end, he failed to dodge them all completely. Huang Xiaoshan sighed, not bothering to rush to act. Chaotic Rain did very little damage. The crux of the skill was the confusion that it could inflict. Under confusion, the character wouldn't go crazy under the system's control, but the orders that the player inputted would be messed up. Trying to make the character go left would make it go right. Trying to make it go forwards might instead have it backing up. If it was just that, then things would be easy to deal with. With training, it wouldn't be hard to learn how to play with reversed controls, but the problem was that it wasn't so easy to deal with Glory's confusion. The reversed controls came and went at random. That was truly called confusing, and there was no way to truly master it. With the same reason, it was impossible to execute skills with precision either. The only thing you count on to counter a confusion was luck. However, was luck enough to deal with his current opponents? In that moment, Huang Xiaoshan fell into despair. His plan had been completely ruined. Not only had his reconnaissance mission failed, he hadn't been able to lure Happy into Blue Rain's ambush either, and he had no choice but to ask for aid from his teammates. This wasn't a time to let pride and dignity get in the way. If he died like this, then it would be a huge and direct blow to his team. Meanwhile, there was a far better, though uncertain, chance with letting Blue Rain charge in. Huang Xiaoshan chaotically controlled his character, but no matter confused or not, he had to keep his character moving. He couldn't just stay there like a sitting duck. At the same time, he was already composing a message in the team chat. He had to explain the situation in as much detail as possible while requesting aid. Providing aid didn't mean that as soon as Blue Rain's members arrived, Troubling Rain would be able to escape danger. Happy would naturally do their best to prevent him from being saved. This was a kind of pin, and Blue Rain would need a plan to counter this pin. Hopefully they'll get here on time. Huang Xiaoshan sent the message. Uncharacteristically, There wasn't a single unnecessary word. He briefly and clearly explained his situation. Isn't it a bit late to have only just sent a message? Who would have thought that someone would reply as soon as his message appeared? Then, a white light swirled around troubling Rain and cleansed his confusion. This was the Paladin's skill Purify, and there was only one Paladin in today's match. Soul Speaker, played by Blue Rain's Su Jinxie. I found the old captain. Lu Hanwen's message popped up in Blue Rain's chat, just the sight of it eliciting joy in them. Kill Yu Wenzhou's order was curt and direct, seeming cruel and emotionless. In reality, with his hand speed, he would naturally make sure to use as few words as possible when giving orders in battle. Cruel and emotionless, that was called thinking too much. The sound of a blade piercing the air rang out at once. A blade master's swordplay was generally very swift, but Lu Hanwen was using a greatsword. This attack of his was imposing, comparable to Berserker. Is everyone here already? Huang Xiaoshan didn't stop his controls. He knew that his teammates had probably already been preparing to give support, otherwise they wouldn't be able to arrive so timely. However, he didn't have the time or energy to be moved about it now. Blue Rain's aid was probably within Happy's expectations. If so, then what tricks had Happy prepared against Blue Rain's full team? Careful, Hanwen. Huang Xiaoshan could only hear the sound of sword swings. He couldn't see what was happening over there. However, considering his understanding of his old captain Wei Chen, there was no way that cunning, slippery old fox would make dealing with him easy. It wasn't a trap or anything, was it? I'm keeping watch. That was when a single reply from Yu Wenzhou dispersed Huang Xiaoshan's worries. With him keeping watch, then everything was under control, right? Over here, Huang Xiao. Zhang Xuan's Spitfire bullet rain appeared in Huang Xiaoshan's field of vision, throwing skills in the opposite direction of where Huang Xiaoshan was facing to help provide cover for his escape. Blue Rain was displaying their teamwork, so what about Happy? How would they deal with this situation that they should have been prepared for? All the spectators looked on awkwardly. At such a crucial moment of time, Happy's team members were still relentlessly trash-talking Wei Chen, reminding him that it wouldn't look good if his junior defeated him. You're twice his age, Ye Xiu reminded. More than, Fang Rui corrected. If you get cut down so easily, then that would be quite the embarrassment, Ye Xiu said. Indeed. This time, Wei Chen didn't reply. Naturally, this wasn't because he was all right with being mocked like this, but it was because he couldn't spare any effort into arguing with these two while Lu Hanwen's greatsword blade master was harassing him. Plus, he could clearly see another character standing not too far off, watching on predatorily. Swiksar. The memories of his past resurfaced. That winter over 10 years ago, Glory launched. The mass promotion of the game had all those online gamers on the edges of their seats. Wei Chen even now could still see that winding line of people, all waiting to buy their first Glory account card. It was on that day, standing in that line after waiting for a full 4 hours, that Wei Chen successfully obtained an account card. Then this card was given an identity, Warlock Swiksar. That was the very same Swiksar in front of him. Standing not too far but not too close, as if watching the world below from the heavens, like a general on the field, always keeping track of everything that was happening. The change in player seemed to have changed the character as well. This was Swiksar, yet it was no longer his Swiksar. He had a marvelous successor, who had managed to gain glory far beyond what Wei Chen had accomplished. All those years ago, he was the captain, the ace player, but against this boy who could count as his student, he had lost. As for today, the position of captain, the ace, had all been taken by the other, while he had fallen from grace. He was late to the game, so late that he broke the record for the oldest player in the scene. However, this time he was the challenger. From that day onwards, he knew that there would come such a day. Like an usurper, he rose to the challenge against this man who stood at the top, who was no longer a boy. Chapter 14:17, Comeback. Chapter 14:17, Comeback. Translator, Namyami Editor, Namyami Windward Formation Swaksar. The two warlocks hadn't even exchanged blows, yet there already seemed to be sparks in the air. As for Lu Hanwen, he was the most active player in this battle. But in comparison to Wei Chen and Yu Wenzhou, this young player was lacking a story player. Pan Lin and Li Yibo were currently ignoring his plays, instead focusing on the two warlocks. In fact, because of their access to spectator controls, the audience had a far better understanding of the adjustments being made by both teams than anyone on the field. Even so, they didn't know what the result of these changes would result in. The fans of both teams were filled with anxiety. When the battle was intense, the audience didn't know where to look. On the other hand, the viewers tuning into the broadcast had a much easier time. Wherever the broadcast picked was what they got to see. The difficult decision-making was made by the cameraman. Right now, in order to coordinate with Pan Lin and Li Yibo, the camera focused on those three players. But no matter how much hype was given to the two warlocks of different generations, the fact that Lu Hanwen was the most active player at the moment could not be changed. The greatsword-wielding flowing sword displayed a frightening aggression. How would Wei Chen respond? Wei Chen's windward formation is running around the rock in circles. Pan Lin tried hard to make Wei Chen's response seem like a brilliant play, but reality was cruel. His attempt only made his description seem flimsy. Very effective pathing, Pan Lin added in a comment and then looked at Li Yibo in desperation. Help me, senior, Pan Lin hinted. He truly had no idea how to glamorize the situation. Ha ha, Li Yibo laughed. It's very crude, but he's dodging Lu Hanwen's offense efficiently, no. The viewers who haven't been playing Glory for long might not be familiar with Wei Chen's style. How can I describe it? His desire for victory is extremely strong. He doesn't care about how he looks on stage. In order to win, he'll always choose the most appropriate option, Li Yibo said. Pan Lin gasped with admiration. To put it briefly, isn't he just saying he'll do anything to win? But from the way Li Yibo described it, this sort of unpleasant remark was transformed into high praise. Lu Hanwen is playing adorably too, haha. Pan Lin quickly went along with Li Yibo. It was a playoffs match that could end a team's season, yet he unexpectedly threw out the word adorable as a description. That was the reality of things, though. Wei Chen and Lu Hanwen, one old and one young, were running around a rock as if it were a children's game. The word adorable was quite a fitting adjective, no. Yu Wenzhou is very calm. It looks like he has no intentions of getting involved, Li Yibo said. I think he's probably considering the overall situation. Not all of Happy's members have acted yet, Pan Lin said. Let's take a look at the situation over there, Li Yibo said. Watching two people run around in circles wasn't very exciting. The hyped showdown between Blue Rain's two warlocks of different generations never occurred. As the scene switched to the other end of the battlefield, Pan Lin and Li Yibo were starting to lose interest in it. Zheng Xuan is providing cover for Huang Xiaoshan's retreat. Pan Lin started with the central theme of the battle taking place here. Boom, 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 boom. Although Zheng Xuan's Spitfire wasn't as colorful as Zhang Jiao's 100 Blossom style, every Spitfire drew on it to a certain extent. Zheng Xuan provided a cover of bright light for troubling rain, while attacking Ye Xiu and Fang Rui to slow down their pursuit. You bastard, you're so enthusiastic today. The pressure on Huang Xiaoshan had lessened significantly. The usually washed-out Zheng Xuan was currently very focused, which made him feel even more gratified. Sure enough, every member of Team Blue Rain was someone who could be counted on. Chess, Zheng Xuan replied with just 2 letters, but those familiar with him immediately recognized it as his favorite 2 words. How stressful. Is that it? No need to be so stressed. Su Jingxi's sole speaker was nearby. Troubling Rain and Bullet Rain were both inside his healing range. He had confidence that as long as he wasn't disturbed, he could preserve their lives. If it wasn't for them not having a full picture of Happy's arrangements, Huang Xiaoshen's Troubling Rain could turn around and counterattack with the support from Zhang Xuan's Bullet Rain and his sole speaker. But without enough information, fighting a battle that could determine the winner would not be a wise decision. As a result, Blue Rain did their usual tactic: defend first and then counterattack. Thus, with help from Zhang Xuan and Su Jingxi, Huang Xiaoshen's Troubling Rain steadily retreated. Just when it looked like he would join up with Bullet Rain, a powerful beam of light descended from the sky. Satellite beam. This attack had come out of nowhere. However, Huang Xiaoshen and Zhang Xian reacted quickly, promptly dodging to the side. The satellite beam crashed to the surface of the ground, sending up billows of sand. 4 smaller beams split off and rotated, sweeping up even more sand. The sand unexpectedly gave the satellite beam an additional effect, sending clouds of sand into the air. Traces of the satellite beam's path could be seen. The rhythm between Huang Xiaoshen and Zhang Xuan had been sent into disarray. Satellite beam, launcher, Suma Cheng, so Happy is without a healer. That was the first thought that flashed into Huang Xiaoshen's mind. Afterwards, he looked at the rooftop of a dilapidated building. Because of the attack, Dancing Rain had exposed her position. Then only Kaio Yifen's 1-inch ash remained. Where was he? After the ice boundary, he disappeared. Was he waiting for an opportunity to mount a sneak attack, or had he run off to trade places with the healer? No matter the case, this was a golden opportunity. The other side didn't have a healer. Blue Rain could go on the offensive and force trades with Happy to lower their health. Opportunity. This was an opportunity. Glory's greatest opportunist began to fire up facing this opportunity. He forgot about the exhaustion from facing Happy alone, replacing it with a burning passion. Counterattack. Huang Xiaoshen roared in the chat, directly using the word counterattack to show just how great his determination was. After typing out these words, his Troubling Rain turned around and headed towards Lord Grim and Boundless Sea. Zhang Xuan, follow me. Healer, provide cover. Huang Xiaoshen quickly gave out orders. On the battlefield, the captain had the highest authority, but the shot caller couldn't micromanage every player down to the details like marionettes. In particular, Team Blue Rain's captain was limited by his hand speed. They had never witnessed their screens being flooded from commands given by their shot caller like thunderclaps Zio Shiken did. What they most often saw instead was Huang Xiaoshen flooding the screen with trash talk. Because of this reason, Team Blue Rain required each member to have strong tactical awareness. In situations without many orders from their captain, the team members had to coordinate and make decisions on their own to achieve Yu Wenzhou's strategic goal. And this time, Yu Wenzhou's strategic goal was to provide cover for Huang Xiaoshen's retreat and then reconvene with the rest of the team. But now, Huang Xiaoshen made a change to it and blew the horn for a counterattack. There was no time for a discussion. Seeing that Huang Xiaoshen's Troubling Rain had already turned around, even if Zhang Xuan and Su Jingxi had different thoughts, they had no choice but to coordinate with Huang Xiaoshen. Team Blue Rain was just like this. They would always choose to advance or retreat together. The two sides crossed fire. Zhang Xuan and Su Jingxi immediately understood Huang Xiaoshen's intentions. Happy didn't seem to have a healer, so the two instantly became bolder. But where was Happy's fifth player? Had he gone to switch with their healer, or was he waiting somewhere for them to fall for a trap? The two became aware of this issue. They paid attention to the terrain and the movements of Ye Xiu and Fang Rui. 2v2. Ye Xiu and Fang Rui had support from Suma Cheng's launcher. Huang Xiaoshen and Zhuang Xuan had support from Su Jingxi's paladin. Happy had the stronger offense, but the defense provided by Blue Rain's healer made up for it. In the end, the one who would deal more damage would be Blue Rain. Yu Wenzhou still didn't make a move. When Huang Xiaoshan made the call to counterattack, he continued to calmly observe the situation. Where was Happy's fifth player? He was still concerned about this issue. He went over the terrain again and again in his mind, but he couldn't think of a place where a phantom demon could launch an explosive ambush. This place was an ancient city, but because it was in ruins, it was all out in the open. In this environment, there wasn't a location where a phantom demon could instantly lock up the place with ghost boundaries. As a result, if a phantom demon were to make a move, it should have happened long ago. An ambush was not a smart decision. In this situation, a phantom demon wasn't enough to make up for the loss of a healer. The phantom demon should have gone to trade places with the healer. In that case, this really is a great opportunity. Yu Wenzhou finally made his mind. He wouldn't stay on the defense and be their final path of retreat. However, who would have thought that at this moment, Wei Chen's windward formation would suddenly make his move? Windward formation hadn't broken away from Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud. He had someone at his heels already, yet now he wanted to add in Yu Wenzhou's Suixar to the fight. 1v2. The spectators were stunned. Was Wei Chen really that incredible? A player who could 1v2 two all-star players? But soon afterwards, because he had been busy attacking Suixar, he didn't have time to dodge Flowing Cloud's attack. Windward formation crashed to the ground, tumbling away. What's going on? Everyone frowned. This Wei Chen didn't seem to have the ability to 1v2. What was he thinking? But then they saw windward formation continue rolling as if he couldn't stop rolling, all the way until he vanished. Lu Hanwen had been surprised because the attack had connected too easily. When he came back to his senses, he hastily gave chase. Watch out! Seeing windward formation roll out of sight, Yu Wenzhou immediately gave a warning. But in the end, he was still a half-beat too late. Hexagram Prison. Chapter 1418, The Familiar Suixar. Chapter 1418, The Familiar Suixar. Translator, Namiyami. Editor, Namiyami. The curse runes shimmered in the air, swiftly forming a prison. Lu Hanwen had been too hasty in his chase, and by the time he saw Yu Wenzhou's warning, it was already too late. Flowing Cloud was instantly trapped by the hexagram prison. Seeing that the attack landed successfully, Wei Chen let out a sigh of relief. After all, there was a reason this player had made it to the All-Stars even at such a young age. If Wei Chen hadn't fully taken advantage of the map's surroundings, he really wouldn't have been able to get rid of this kid. Hexagram Prison, the #1 root skill. When maxed at level 75, the effect lasted 9 seconds, and even more frightening, there was no way to dispel this curse. It wasn't considered a status skill, so skills like Purify, Expel, Focus, and so on all had no effect. Similarly, no matter how high a character's spirit stat was, no matter how good their resistance, they had no way of breaking out of the hexagram prison early. There was only one way to get out of a hexagram prison early: kill the caster. But right now, that didn't look to be possible. Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud would be spending the full 9 seconds sitting in the hexagram prison. For Wei Chen, these 9 seconds were extremely precious. At last, he had 9 seconds free from the youth who'd been furiously chasing and killing him all this way. But it didn't look like he'd be able to take it easy, because Yu Wenzhou's Suixar was already beginning to move. 8 years. It had already been a full 8 years since the last time Wei Chen used Suixar. In 8 years, Suixar had risen from level 55 to level 75. New equipment, new skills. Wei Chen shouldn't be familiar with this current Suixar, and yet he was very familiar. Because, in the end, this character was the part of glory he cared about the most. Even though he hadn't touched him since then, he still paid attention to Suixar's growth. In every match, Wei Chen could always pick out any adjustments that had been made, no matter how small. Just like this, Wei Chen watched as the character's new controller slowly erased the traces that he'd left behind and replaced them with his own stamps. Idiot! Every change that Swiksar went through would provoke another round of disdainful cursing from Wei Chen. He would often turn to the guys next to him and look down on these changes for being so noobish, for not understanding warlocks at all. His little followers all revolved around him, so of course they believed whatever he said. But what about himself? When there were many people around him, Wei Chen would curse like this. But when he was alone, he could only smile bitterly. In his heart, he knew all too well that he was simply unhappy to watch the traces he'd left on Swiksar slowly get wiped away. And in the end, even the weapon in Swiksar's hand had been changed. Curse of Destruction. The name of the new scepter sounded both arrogant and cultured. With this, the final trace that Wei Chen had left on Swiksar was erased, and he could sit still no longer. After that, Windward Formation gained the weapon Death's Hand. Death's Hand. This was the silver weapon that Swiksar had used in the very beginning, and now Wei Chen had revived it. He picked up the weapon that Swiksar had abandoned. To many people, this made his Windward Formation seem like a cheap knockoff of Swiksar. But Wei Chen did not care. If the character id Swiksar hadn't been locked to the original character, he would have called his new warlock Swiksar as well. Wei Chen didn't completely understand why he felt the need to compete like this. He probably still just felt unfulfilled. And now, it was time for all this to come to a close. Wei Chen knew very well that with his current condition and skill, there was no way he could appear in all of the intense playoff matches. Facing Blue Rain, this might be his final performance on this stage. And this battle was one in which he could show his strength to the fullest, because he understood Swiksar. Even if it wasn't the one that had been built for him, he still understood this character better than anyone else. Swiksar was casting. It was curse arrows. This low-level skill given to Swiksar, whose cast speed was plus 34, was so fast that it was practically an instant cast. So fast, but this wasn't all. If it was just a cast, then Swiksar's curse arrows should be even faster than this. The slight delay was because he let the skill charge for just a moment. Curse arrows was a skill that could be charged, and the longer it charged, the balls of light would multiply and more arrows would be fired in the end. If the skill was used immediately, there would be 13 arrows. If charged to the fullest, the number of arrows could reach 26. And Swiksar's pause just now to let the skill charge would push the number of arrows to 15. Wei Chen knew all of this too well. Windward Formation calmly dodged this attack from Swiksar, and even the controller now behind Swiksar, Ye Xiu, was slightly surprised, because the opponent had dodged too calmly. Such a slight charge, producing 2 extra arrows, was normally very easily overlooked. To wait until noticing the extra arrows, and then dodging would be an on-the-spot reaction and movement, whether or not they actually managed to dodge. But Windward Formation's calm movement clearly revealed that he knew the attack would be like this from the very beginning. He saw through it. Just from the way in which Windward Formation had dodged the attack, Ye Xiu could make judgments to this extent. And at this moment, all of the members of the audience, including commentators Pan Lin and Li Yibo, hadn't even noticed that this curse arrows had hidden such a trap. The two of them only praised how fast Swiksar's cast was, without even realizing that slight charging delay. The attack had been unsuccessful, but Swiksar stopped moving. Ye Xiu still had doubt in his heart. He couldn't tell what Happy's plan was, nor could he guess Wei Chen's intention. Was he really trying to stall 2 players by himself? It wasn't that Ye Xiu didn't respect Wei Chen, but the fact simply was that Wei Chen couldn't manage that. The hexagram prison trapped Lu Hanwen for 9 seconds, but what did that accomplish? Without the firepower of other players to support, these precious 9 seconds were slipping by without Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud suffering any damage. After these 9 seconds, how would the situation change? Yu Wenzhou decided to watch a little longer. As expected, still so calm. Over these 8 years, Wei Chen had never stopped paying attention to Shuxar, and so at the same time, he gained an extremely clear understanding of the player behind Shuxar. Furthermore, he had interacted with this new controller early on. He would never forget that laughable presence in the training camp, who had, during one ordinary day of training, defeated him. This calm youth would become the foundation of Blue Rain's future. From that day on, Wei Chen acknowledged this, and reality proved that he hadn't been wrong. Even though Huang Xiaoshan was the top attacker of present-day Blue Rain's strategy, Blue Rain's style and rhythm, were all decided because of Yu Wenzhou's presence. Perhaps it was precisely because he could maintain calm and clarity at every moment that Huang Xiaoshan's opportunistic style could become so refined and exciting. Because of this foundation, Huang Xiaoshan could walk on the blade's edge with complete confidence. At this time, Huang Xiaoshan was already leading an assault. Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud was trapped in hexagram prison, but Yu Wenzhou was still unhurried as he continued to analyze the situation. If he couldn't understand, then he wouldn't make any rash movements. Curse arrows. Wei Chen fired back with the same skill. His windward formation couldn't cast as quickly as Shuxar, but a low-level skill like curse arrows couldn't take too much time. He didn't let it charge, instead releasing it immediately. Death's hand swung outward, the purple spheres of light spun and traced an arc in the air, and just like that the curse arrows fanned outward. Wei Chen's technique really shows off his experience, Li Yibo exclaimed. Maybe the old generals couldn't compete with the youths in terms of hand speed, but in terms of technical control, that was something that was truly refined over time. Actually, reasonably speaking, Wei Chen wasn't an old general in the typical sense, having retired for N years before returning. To return after having a large blank space in his career, calling him an old general was less accurate than calling him a rookie. Wei Chen had to readjust to the rhythm of the pro league matches like a rookie. But everyone knew that in the regular season, he'd appeared pathetically few times. Only until the end of the season did he appear in consecutive matches. Even though he hadn't had many appearances, it had been enough. Because an old general didn't need to adjust to the rhythm. They simply needed to rediscover it. Rediscover the rhythm, rediscover victory. Beautiful, Pan Lin offered his own praise after Li Yibo's exclamation. The curse arrow spread out evenly in a fan shape like a peacock opening its tail. No warlock player could do this any more perfectly. But was that really the case? In the eyes of the audience, it seemed so. But in Yu Wenzhou's eyes, there's an opening. In practically the very instant that the orbs fired the curse arrows, Yu Wenzhou already saw an opening. The curse arrows were evenly distributed, but the rhythm wasn't entirely even. They were spaced evenly on the left and right, but what about in front and behind? In front and behind, that meant before and after. There was a difference before and after, leaving an opening that could be traveled through. Turn, move horizontally. Yu Wenzhou's controls couldn't be fast, but they would always be that accurate. It clearly looked like he was about to be struck by the curse arrows, but in the end, he seemed to pass right through them. Shuxar remained standing, and that fan arrangement of arrows maintained its shape without a single arrow going missing. Not a single one had hit. He dodged them. Even Li Yibo was dumbfounded. Yes, he dodged it, but he only dodged the curse arrows. Windward Formation's new cast was already beginning, magic energy swirling around his death's hand. Death's door. Yu Wenzhou was stunned. He wanted to use Death's door facing an opponent head-on like this. Even if he had the cast speed of his Shuxar, this bit of time wasn't enough. He had to interrupt it. Shuxar tossed a soul slice in that direction. But Yu Wenzhou wasn't about to sit back and relax. Wei Chen, no matter what, shouldn't be playing like this. Yu Wenzhou turned his camera view and quickly discovered another windward formation, casting a spell. It was shadow clone technique. Yu Wenzhou instantly understood. The one that was right in front of him was obviously a clone. Just when Swiksar had turned his body to duck through the curse arrows, Windward Formation had used this ninja skill. The Windward Formation over there was the one he truly needed to interrupt. But not enough. The range wasn't enough. Windward Formation's cast range was extremely large, even larger than that of Swiksar's. If he wanted to interrupt it, Swiksar would have to walk forward a bit. But it was too late. The distance of 2 body lengths decided the success of a skill. Chapter 14:19. Every Means Possible. Chapter 14:19. Every Means Possible. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami. Yu Wenzhou's hands weren't fast, but his mind was extremely so. In an instant, he analyzed many situations with great clarity. Like Wei Chen, he couldn't be more familiar with the Warlock class. There wasn't much match data on Windward Formation, so reports on this character weren't incredibly comprehensive, but things like cast speed and cast range could be judged just from a single match. After that, even if the character improved, these stats would only increase, not decrease. According to all these known reports, Yu Wenzhou now made an instantaneous judgment. He was too late. He even went a step further and recognized that this was a playstyle specifically meant to counter himself and Swiksar. If another Warlock player had been standing here, Wei Chen might not have succeeded this time. But it was him, and it was Swiksar. The player's traits, the character's stats, they had all been thoroughly studied. These few moments had been tailored to deal with Yu Wenzhou and Swiksar. Nothing had been wasted, and just like this, the powerful attack Death's Door was cast. How would the situation change after 9 seconds? Yu Wenzhou had wondered this question earlier. Now he knew they didn't need to wait 9 seconds. Right now, with this Death's Door, he was about to fall into a fairly disastrous position. Far away, Windward Formation now finished casting, and curse energy gathered around his death's hand. Behind the flashing light, Yu Wenzhou could see Windward Formation's face. This was exactly the face in his memories. Still young, their first captain, Wei Chen. The Wei Chen of today, already over 30 years old, now had more than a few lines on his face from the passing years. Yu Wenzhou watched silently, unmoving, looking as though he had given up. Wei Chen jolted, but he had already finished summoning Death's Door. Tendrils of darkness shot out from within the door, immediately wrapping around Swiksar, but even now, Yu Wenzhou didn't make any movements. Correct. None at all. The darkness caught Swiksar, dragging him inside the Death's Door, but Swiksar didn't resist this process at all. And after that, the attack of Death's Door on Swiksar ended. Fuck! Wei Chen couldn't help but curse. This was Yu Wenzhou's calm, his ability to clearly anticipate all that would happen. He understood that his own hand speed wasn't enough to deal with the Death's Door and Wei Chen standing intently next to it. So he didn't try to circle around, simply allowing this powerful attack to land. He traded 15% of his health to end Wei Chen's offensive. Yes, it ended. Wei Chen boasted of how well he understood Yu Wenzhou's style, but he didn't anticipate that this steady player would actually use this kind of sacrificial strategy. None of the follow-up attacks that he'd prepared were fit to deal with this kind of situation. Death's Door was successfully cast, but it ended too quickly, leaving Wei Chen grasping for a next move. Soul Slice. Wei Chen could only use an instant cast skill on instinct to try and continue his offensive. But the fact that Death's Door vanished so quickly made his heart feel empty. Soul Slice, was it? Yu Wenzhou was watching Windward Formation's movement, and he easily dodged this attack. He knew that Wei Chen was surprised at this moment because he had purposely created this surprise. He saw how well Wei Chen understood himself and Swiksar, so in this kind of situation, any judgment and decision based on his style would definitely be within the opponent's calculations. At a time like this, he had to take a path that he normally wouldn't. And so, Yu Wenzhou did this. He took an unusual action to instantly break the judgments that Wei Chen had made based on his deep understanding. Even the highest-level experts might not have been able to notice this battle of wits. Only Yu Wenzhou himself could deeply feel the familiarity that Wei Chen had toward himself and Shuxar. That death's door just now had truly forced him into a position where he had no other option. But even though he managed to do something outside of Wei Chen's predictions, he had still ultimately been unable to escape from this death's door, and Shuxar did take 15% in damage. This death's door had pushed him to desperation, even if he'd used a surprising move to swiftly climb out of this desperation. He disrupted Wei Chen's rhythm. But what next? Looking at this opponent that completely understood him, Yu Wenzhou felt a great pressure upon him. Flaming arrow. Yu Wenzhou saw windward formation begin to use this skill. This was another low-level warlock skill. Even though it required a cast for these high-end professional characters, the cast time was practically instantaneous. Windward formation staff gave a slight wave, and this flaming arrow already formed. Black smoke burned into the shape of an arrow, and with a shake of windward formation staff, the arrow flew forward. But wasn't this distance still a bit too far? It wasn't difficult for Yu Wenzhou to dodge. The range of the magic attacks from elementalists or warlocks was always be inferior to the range of a bullet. Magic attacks with only this much range weren't suppressive enough at the pro level. But after waving out this skill, Wei Chen didn't pay any more attention to Yu Wenzhou and Shuxar. Windward formation suddenly turned, and Death's hand pointed toward Flowing Cloud. Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud had already escaped from the hexagram prison, and he immediately came charging toward windward formation. He didn't expect that windward formation would suddenly turn to face him. Death's hand swirled with the light of a curse. Lu Hanwen frantically controlled his flowing cloud to dodge to the side, but that black light flew right toward the direction toward which he had tried to dodge. But Lu Hanwen was good. Even though he was walking straight into the attack, his reaction speed and control were top tier. Flowing cloud ducked to the side once again, and that mass of black light hit only air. Wei Chen was helpless. Dealing with this youngster was entirely different from dealing with Yu Wenzhou. Right now, he regretted that Death's Door had already ended, because if Yu Wenzhou had prolonged its duration, then it would have served as a threat toward Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud as well. Yu Wenzhou's bold choice had completely disrupted Wei Chen's original plan. 1v2, control Lu Hanwen for 9 seconds, and then force Yu Wenzhou to suffer a powerful attack. To be honest, this was already an impressive performance. Most other players, if put in this position, probably would not have been able to play a more beautiful 9 seconds, but he wasn't satisfied. His original plan wasn't just 9 seconds. Hanwen, go over there. Seeing that Lu Hanwen had escaped, he immediately sent this message in the chat. The showdown between the old and new generation of warlocks. This was a topic that the audience greatly enjoyed seeing, but the players weren't obliged to cooperate. They were playing a match, not putting on a show. Yu Wenzhou directly sending Lu Hanwen away right now certainly wasn't to cooperate with the hot topic. He simply did this because it seemed that Wei Chen's plan had been to stall both of them by himself. Even though Yu Wenzhou still didn't know what his end goal was, but preventing this from happening would at least hinder Happy's plans. Huang Xiaoshan's side was relying on their healer to put pressure on Happy, and they needed a powerful attacker. Lu Hanwen fit this responsibility better than Yu Wenzhou. So he had Lu Hanwen go and help them. His face-off with Wei Chen was therefore only a typical, logical, strategic decision. Wei Chen, of course, couldn't accept this. "Little brat, where are you running?" Seeing that Flowing Cloud wanted to escape, Wei Chen refused to give up. But he could only yell. Yu Wenzhou, of course, was covering Lu Hanwen's retreat. Yu Wenzhou used a flaming arrow, returning the skill that Wei Chen had just tried to use against him. Wei Chen wanted to stop Flowing Cloud from leaving, but he wasn't going to have Windward Formation go and brawl it out. Of course, he would be relying on casting spells. But Suixar's flaming arrow flew over, preventing Windward Formation from casting. But Windward Formation actually began to rush forward, and as he dodged this flaming arrow, he swung his hand and tossed out an object. Puff! Purple smoke filled the air. After the shadow clone technique, Windward Formation demonstrated yet another low-level ninja skill, ninja tool, Smoke Bomb. The silhouettes of Windward Formation and Flowing Cloud were swiftly swallowed by the smoke. Lu Hanwen's reaction was intelligent, with swordlight illuminating the smoke. Even as he protected himself, it allowed Flowing Cloud to continue to advance. Chaotic Rain. Yu Wenzhou also controlled Suixar to begin a high-level cast. He couldn't lock onto Windward Formation's position right now, but if Windward Formation didn't come to stop him and insisted on casting a curse on Flowing Cloud, then he wouldn't have time to jump out of range of a Chaotic Rain. In the smoke, Flowing Cloud's greatsword swung every which way, seeming invincible. Puff! Amidst the fog, drops of blood scattered. Finally, it seemed that Windward Formation was hit, but quickly after, with a pa sound, the swordlight stilled. It was still present, but it was no longer moving forward. This was Spike Trap. Even though Yu Wenzhou hadn't seen it, he could make a good guess. Wei Chen had suffered a slash, but he managed to have Windward Formation use the thief skill Spike Trap and halt Flowing Cloud's offense. But by this time, the Chaotic Rain was already pattering down. It didn't look like Windward Formation, who had just suffered a slashing attack, had time to escape from the smoke. Wei Chen is really working hard. Pan Lin exclaimed, feeling moved and saddened. Wei Chen wasn't playing a pretty match. He seemed desperate as he did everything possible to contain Flowing Cloud, running circles around the boulder, sent rolling to the side with a slash. And now he barely stole the chance to place this Spike Trap under the cover of a smoke bomb, still hurting from a sword injury. Wei Chen wasn't fighting an easy battle. Everyone could see how he was struggling to maintain the situation. In a direct battle against Lu Hanwen, he would almost certainly lose, but by using these endless little tricks, he worked hard to try and stall both Lu Hanwen and Yu Wenzhou here. But his hard work would come to an end with the fall of this Chaotic Rain. Flowing Cloud was still stuck, but Yu Wenzhou was already prepared to have Suixar come over to maintain control of Windward Formation. He had Suixar to move forward. But then, Suixar rolled to the left. What is Yu Wenzhou doing? Everyone was stunned. This roll seemed to be completely pointless. Had he noticed some unrecognized danger? Even the audience with their omniscient view hadn't seen anything. But Yu Wenzhou's reaction was faster and more accurate than the audience members with omniscient view. Confused, Yu Wenzhou looked at Suixar's status in shock. A moment later, he already realized what had happened. Magic Mirror. It was Magic Mirror. The Warlock skill Magic Mirror reflected all side effects of a magic attack. Amidst the smoke, not only had Windward Formation laid down a Spike Trap for Flowing Cloud, he had also hidden a Magic Mirror, waiting for Suixar's Chaotic Rain to fall upon it. Chapter 1420. The Value of Desperation. Chapter 1420. The Value of Desperation. Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami. Suixar was confused. It had already happened, yet not a single person had noticed. Even though the audience had their omniscient view, when zoomed out, it couldn't clearly show every single detail. Everyone basically understood the overall rhythm of Wei Chen's actions, but no one had detected that Windward Formation's dirty trick just now was to hide his cast of Magic Mirror. The Magic Mirror was controlled by the caster and could be suspended in the air. For a few single target skills, if the Magic Mirror was precisely positioned, then when reflecting the skill, it could also protect the caster from taking damage. For a wide-range attack like Chaotic Rain, the Magic Mirror couldn't completely protect the caster, but it would still serve the purpose of reflecting the skill's side effects. So in the end, both Swiksar and windward formation entered the confused state together. The careful Yu Wenzhou had actually fallen to another one of Wei Chen's tricks. Everyone was shocked, but they were still wondering about the value of this plot having succeeded. Under the chaotic rain, both windward formation and Swiksar became useless. But what about Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud? He wouldn't be affected by a teammate's attack, and the thing that was currently preventing him from moving, the spike trap, was a mere low-level thief skill. He would definitely be the first person to escape from the control of a skill. But after that, windward formation would still be confused. Wasn't that just asking for a beating? At a time like this, Lu Hanwen would probably hold off on going over to help Huang Xiaoshan, and instead take advantage of this opportunity to furiously attack windward formation. Wei Chen's response had been outside of everyone's expectations, but that didn't necessarily mean it was a perfect solution. He doesn't have any better choice, Li Yibo sighed. He can only do his best and use whatever ideas he has to tie up Blue Rain's two players. Pan Lin was silent. This old general was working so hard, who would be heartless enough to criticize his judgment for being this or that. If he had faster reactions or faster hand speed, perhaps there would be other, better options. Both Pan Lin and Li Yibo understood this clearly, but the two of them reached an unspoken agreement not to discuss this. This hypothetical was simply too cruel, especially for an old general. He'd once had these things, only to gradually lose them. The tragedy was that he would never be able to recover them again. These scars left by the passage of time shouldn't be considered a form of failure. Wei Chen was already doing the absolute best he could with what he had. As a warlock specialist just like Yu Wenzhou, he'd managed to ensnare Yu Wenzhou twice. This was something that no warlock player had ever accomplished before, not once since Yu Wenzhou's debut. And now, this old general past his prime had actually managed to do it. Just based on this, he had the right to stand on this stage. Just based on this, everyone should understand why Happy sent him on stage. The smoke quickly dissipated. Flowing Cloud was still stuck in the trap. Windward Formation and Swiksar were unable to control their characters properly in their confusion. The three characters still displayed the symptoms of their statuses, as though they were performing a play. But this play would eventually reach its curtain call. Just like everyone expected, Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud was the first to escape from his status condition, and he immediately charged toward Windward Formation. The greatsword flame shadow lifted up and then plummeted, tracing a burning scar in the air. Windward Formation was still moving around chaotically. Compared to Swiksar, who had just been standing quietly after discovering he was confused, Windward Formation seemed as laughable as a monkey. But no one could laugh. Even in this condition, was he still trying to pull something off? Seeing this, many audience members felt choked up. They knew that Wei Chen couldn't do anything, that Windward Formation would be slashed by Flowing Cloud's greatsword. After that, with Yu Wenzhou coming into the picture, if Wei Chen didn't receive any help, then he might meet his end right here. The old general had only returned to this stage with much difficulty. Was he about to complete his curtain call just like this? As the greatsword flame shadow descended, quite a few people couldn't bear to watch. But at this moment a pocket suddenly split open in the air, and from the shifting void a black claw shot outward. Just this one extended claw snagged Flowing Cloud, who was using Collapsing Mountain in midair. This was warlock skill, Claw of Darkness. Everyone was stunned. Even under confusion, he was still able to use a skill, and the first one to react was once again Yu Wenzhou. He suddenly understood why Windward Formation, after suffering the chaotic rain, had continued to move around randomly. Because Wei Chen had been constantly trying a set series of inputs, hoping he could activate this skill through sheer luck. Claw of Darkness. Yu Wenzhou thought about the inputs necessary for this skill. Indeed, when confused, this skill had a higher probability than others of being successfully used. But higher was only relative. Yu Wenzhou couldn't do the calculations immediately, but he knew that it was still a very low probability. Yet even so, Wei Chen hadn't given up. As soon as he was hit by the status, he began tapping out the inputs. If the confusion disrupted his movements, then he would just start over again. In this short amount of time, no one knew just how many times he had repeated these inputs. Everyone only knew that, in the end, he had succeeded. In this crucial moment, Windward Formation's cast was successful, and he summoned forth the Claw of Darkness. Claw of Darkness was a powerful grab skill. Even Collapsing Mountain did not out-prioritize it. Just like that, Flowing Cloud was snatched in the air by the Claw of Darkness. When viewers realized that Wei Chen had this kind of determination to stubbornly pull off this skill even when confused, they felt tears gathering in their eyes. Happy's fans all knew Wei Chen's past. But to be honest, no one felt that this guy had the air of a powerhouse team's captain. In their eyes, this guy was more like a boss of a casual little group in-game. The 2 years that Wei Chen had spent in the Alliance were its grassroots days. After that, he'd never let go of the game. To be honest, Wei Chen didn't have much of the air that was associated with any present-day pro player, let alone the sort of distant, lofty air shared by the powerhouse players. Even though he was an old player that hadn't appeared very often, Happy's fans still loved him very much, exactly because he was so down-to-earth. It was like he had popped up in the game, casually taken down some dungeon, grabbed some equipment, and then cheerfully ran back to the professional scene to cause some chaos. And everyone felt that Happy had invited Wei Chen because they wanted someone old in their ranks to help pass on experience and knowledge to the younger members. No one thought that he would make any significant contributions in matches. They felt that his few appearances were Happy's way of paying respect to him. He would play around a bit and everyone would watch and laugh, and that would be it. But now everyone understood. No matter how old Wei Chen was, no matter how he lacked the air of a pro player, he still had a pro player's heart, a heart striving for victory, a heart of a champion. Using his own methods, he proved this point to everyone. Yu Wenzhou, Lu Hanwen. Did they really think that 2 all-star players could stomp him down so easily? No. Up to this point, Windward Formation indeed seemed very pathetic, and he had lost more health than his opponents. Every new moment made people feel that this was it, that he was done for. But again and again, he stabilized the situation. He remained on the battlefield. This old guy, how long would it take until he gave in? Even Blue Rain's players, Blue Rain's fans, couldn't help but feel moved. So this was their old captain. So this was the senior they told stories about, their extremely dirty, extremely shameless senior. Even though he was their opponent now, in the hearts of the Blue Rain players and fans, they quietly felt a burst of pride. Yes, Wei Chen now represented Happy, but the deepest markings on his skin were those from his time as Blue Rain's first captain, the person who had laid down the foundation for Blue Rain. Applause. The entire stadium burst into applause. From every corner of the stadium, from every corner of everyone's hearts, came forth applause. Flowing Cloud fell to the side as a result of the Claw of Darkness, and the confusion on Windward Formation and Swixar ended at the same time. And Wei Chen continued his tenacious struggle. Not good. Something was wrong. Yu Wenzhou wasn't someone who relied on his intuition. He made all of his judgments based on the opponent's movements and behavior. Wei Chen was desperately keeping the 2 of them tied down here, but there was no way that victory would be decided here. What would determine the final victory would still be that 3v3 battle. 3v3. Blue Rain had made such a confident assault, and their confidence had stemmed from the fact that Happy didn't have their healer. They could attack unrestrained, trading blood for blood, until they defeated the opponent with the greatest speed possible. But because he and Lu Hanwen had been delayed all this time, the two of them hadn't been able to enter the battle over there. So this offensive of theirs became somewhat inefficient. And over there, Happy had 3 attackers. In terms of damage output, they had the advantage over Blue Rain. 3v2, blood for blood, Blue Rain was bound to take more damage. Even if they had a healer to support them, because there were only 2 attackers, the explosiveness of their attacks was underwhelming, which would only drag on the battle longer. The longer this dragged on, the more health they would lose and need the healer to restore. Then that turned this into a trade of health for mana, the healer's mana. If Happy's healer successfully joined the battle at this time, and the two sides entered a prolonged conflict, not good, it would be extremely unfavorable toward Blue Rain. The healer didn't have enough mana, so they needed to fight and end this battle quickly. But Blue Rain wasn't a team that was good at a speedy attack. They were good at defensive counterattacks, waiting for the opponent to move first before striking. For this, the importance of defending the healer was obvious. Happy's goal truly was to target Blue Rain's healer. Trade their own health for the healer's mana, wear down Blue Rain's healer until he was useless, so that Blue Rain had no way of fighting at their usual rhythm. Target the healer. From the professional circle to the in-game arena, the most common strategy in team battles. It was no surprise at all, and yet it was always effective.